Hi and welcome to Mint's discussion on the interim budget. Traditionally, interim budgets are just votes on account, statement of the government's expenses and revenue in the months running up to the general election. But there is a lot of interest in this interim budget. There is a precedence of 2019, and apart from the general elections, 7 states are going to polls this year. So whether the finance minister will stray off path and go down the path of populism, these are the things which we are going to discuss today with our distinguished panel. We have Niranjan Rajadaksha, Executive Director of Artha Global, Madhavi Arora, Lead Economist at NP Global, and UR Bhatt, founder of Alphanity FinTech. Later, we will also be joined by Ashish Gupta, Chief Investment Officer at Axis Mutual Fund. So we'll start with Niranjan. Does the Finance Minister have any more cards left to play with?
So, Ravi, I agree with you that this is an interim budget and technically a simple accounting exercise till the new government comes in so that the wheels of the administrative machinery keep rolling and there's no lack of funds. The finance ministry has indicated in certain statements that they will stick to the spirit of the interim budget, that there will not be any big bang policy announcements. That said, as you say, this is an election year, not just at a central level, but also several state elections. So you can't completely discount the possibility of some signaling. The question really is that, is it going to be at the scale which will alter the budget arithmetic? And that I doubt, that this government has generally done credible budgeting. It has stuck to the basics. So you may at some level, if there are possibilities, some tinkering with direct tax rates. NREGS is basically an on-demand program. So I don't think there's much scope for that. Maybe something like PM Kisan, given the fact that agriculture had a tough year, because of El etc. But generally, I don't expect the government to veer off its chosen path or the path which has stuck over the past years.
Madhavi, would you like to weigh in on that?
So I think one big question that one need to address is that as we're entering the new year, probably we're going to be seeing a relatively slower global growth. We are still questioning whether it'll be a soft landing, hard landing, or whichever landing it may be. At this point in time, when you're looking at a fiscal impulse, which will be getting withdrawn, if we assume that the government indeed will stick to the target to reach a 5.3, 5.4, it will be a big withdrawal of fiscal impulse on net basis, which essentially will imply that from the policy point of view, you may not see any kind of a growth impetus either from monetary side or from fiscal side. So I think that kind of a trade-off has to be seen into account, whether the fiscal support that probably one may have to give towards the fag end of the year needs to be taken into account right away, which may not happen because obviously we would generally start the year on a more optimistic school of thought, and we would assume that we'll sail through comfortably. And of course, India also has a lot of natural levers which are working in favor of us at this point in time. But I think that is going to be a big question as to how to ensure that while you're withdrawing your fiscal impulse, the growth impetus remains relatively on track, because if you are looking to be growing at a 6% plus on a more trend basis, at least in the next 1 or 2 years, when global growth is going to come off to a sub 2%, you will have to have some policy levers which will support it, because as we were discussing earlier as well, consumption is not necessarily looking to be very robust. There's a lot of segmentation within consumption, while investment has done well, largely led by the public sector, and hopefully the private sector would catch up. But in the end, consumption has to go hand in hand with capex, so that capex continues to add into itself. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to justify higher capital formation if there is no private demand that is sort of coming along with it.
Right. Mr. Bhatt, I would want to ask you the same question which I asked Ashish about, what does the market fear more? Is it political instability or competitive populism?
Well, as of now, the market is discounting the possibility of any change in government or even any change in policies dramatically. because the market has assumed that the same government will be voted back to power. That is the base case. Plus the policy continuation will be there. So therefore, I mean, if there is any surprise to that, then the market would probably get worried. But as of now, it looks like as if this is the base case, this is the received wisdom, and there is nothing to suggest that there is anything that could be different. So I think that's the basis on which the market is trading at the level at which it is, despite all the global glitches we have, the Red Sea problem, and Taiwan being threatened every other day. So despite that, the market is at this level because I think India is seen as an island of growth and opportunity. So I think that assumption would continue unless we have to change these assumptions based on new data.
Right. So, Madhavi, the thing that is emerging from what all of you are saying is that things are looking optimistic at the moment, but private consumption seems to be the main area of concern, right? And also the capex push, we have seen a couple of years of good, increase in government expenditure. Do you think that will continue?
I think at this point they don't have a choice on that front. I think they will still have to ensure that the overall expenditure growth remains healthy to the extent of around 9-10%, which is what they budgeted last year as well. But my sense is that this budget would see higher RevEx growth, partly on account of a lower base, while capex probably will normalize to a 12-15% kind of growth, because for the last 3 years been growing at 30% plus. So there will be some rationalization of that, but at the same time, I think when you look at the percent of GDP, I think they probably would still want to have a capex to GDP ratio which will be higher than 3.1, 3.2%, which will imply that your capex allocation this year could be close to 11 trillion or even higher. On the revenue expenditure side, I think a large part of it is now getting sort of allocated on account of very high interest payments, which is basically eating away 40% of your RevEx at this point in time. And that is going to be a sticky number any which way it's only going to go, because the debt to GDP ratio is nearing 87 to 88% in general. So I think that segment would remain a little sticky, but I think ex interest payment, RevEx to GDP ratios have been sort of coming off at the margin. Food subsidies, again, something that probably may strain the government in the next few years, but I think still will be capped somewhere close to 2.2 trillion or roughly around that. So at least there's a flow that has been sort of now been laid out after the free food scheme has been announced by the government in the next 5 years. So I think the mix of RevEx to capex would be largely in the same lines that we have seen the last 2 or 3 years. And they would continue to focus on capital formation, because I think from this government point of view, I think supply side has been their key sort of a priority. And they tend to believe that, given the deficit that we have on the supply side in the economy, the basic infra itself is not even set, which means the marginal returns that you're getting out of even basic infrastructure investment is at this point in time very high. So I think that supply side economics from their point of view, I think it's still pretty much there. So while you see fiscal consolidation, they'll have to be a little innovative in how they do this allocation. But I think the broad thesis is still very much, incrementally higher capex versus relatively balanced or lower RevEx. But growth-wise, I think RevEx will be higher this time around because of low base effect.
So that's an important stat which you gave there. Public debt to GDP is now what, 84% or something, Niranjan. So, the fiscal glide path, is it practical given all the constraints which they have?
See, first of all, credit has to be given to the government for running a pretty disciplined fiscal policy in the midst of great volatility, starting from the COVID pandemic. We know what's happening in the world. So that's a fact. See, about the public debt to GDP and overall the fiscal glide path, as I said, there's a lot to commend the government for, but it has been helped by the fact that nominal GDP growth was unusually large for 2 years at least. This year, according to the advanced estimates, it's normalizing to about 8.9 or 9%. Maybe final will be a little more than that. So the macroeconomic situation, the bounce in real output plus a bit of high inflation did give us exceptionally high nominal GDP growth, which is the denominator for all these calculations, right? the denominator was growing rapidly. That will normalize. So the next round of the fiscal glide path will be slightly more tricky and slightly more difficult for a lot. So I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think the focus will be not just on letting nominal GDP growth carry part of that burden or a large part of the burden, but actually increasing the tax to GDP ratio and some further discipline and spending will be needed. But that's again something which the new government has to take. So I think for this interim budget, I think that the government will announce a fiscal deficit for the previous year, which is close to target, whether it's 5.96, we can always speculate on that. Next year, I think that they will announce a fiscal deficit target which is aligned to the glide.
So you're saying it is not a very ambitious target?
No, I'm saying that it is that the nature of the fiscal correction changes once a nominal GDP growth normalizes, right? So it's your internal fiscal dynamics will also matter rather than just the growth in the nominal.
Fine. Would it be right to say, Mr. Bhatt, that this will be the single most important number for the markets too in the interim budget?
Indeed, I think even the nature of the fiscal deficit is very important, because if you see over the last, last 5 years, the quality of the deficit has improved dramatically. It is largely for capital asset formation rather than the sort of situation that we were in earlier. So given that for the first time we have seen a number of 10 lakh crores being for capital expenditure, I think that is the path they have to take. So therefore, I don't think we should be terribly concerned, even the market may not be terribly concerned about that number, whether it's 5.9 or 5.8 or 6. I think the nature of the deficit is very important, as long as it goes to contribute to capital formation and the government plays the role of the enabler for efficiency improvement. I think that should be fine. I don't think the market will be terribly worried about that.
So the quality of fiscal deficit is one part, right? The other thing which this government has been betting on is that the infrastructure spends which they are doing will suck in private investment. But that does not seem to be happening, and the finance minister has raised it in industry meetings, and the chief economic advisor has told industry you should accept uncertainty this decade and start to invest. What are your views on that, Niranjan?
No, so I think the past 5 years, all of us at some point of the other have read calls that private investment cycle is turning at Madhavi. So
beginning of the year.
So we were saying that the output gap is closing, that companies have deleveraged, balance sheets have been cleaned up. So we always have, everything is in place, but somehow that is not increasing. So on the residential investment side, you do see, in that part of the, investment of the capital formation numbers, you do see a change, right? But private corporate investment undoubtedly still has not picked up to the extent that every year. So why that is so is perhaps something which is a broader question. But I think we all even go. I said, I'm tempted to say that I think this year it will improve because everything is in place. But then I think I said that last year and the year before last. So I have to be careful about this thing. But yeah, I generally agree because I think what Madhavi said earlier is I agree with her. There is about 3.1% of GDP, which is the public capex, and that pivot from revenue expenditure to capital expenditure, I think, has been a very important one for the Indian economy. But you can't keep growing. Government can't keep growing capex at 20% a year. So the follow-up private investment has to happen. Fingers crossed with that.
Do you think the government can do anything to nudge the private sector
into investment?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of budget measure?
As long as remember we live in democracy, and I assume that you believe in the functioning of markets, efficient functioning of market, I don't think that they can at best just probably again signal or send messages to the industry that they are there to support the private sector in terms of any kind of help with regard to, sort of, put their investment in order. But I don't think that you can nudge a private sector to necessarily take bets on, on something like this. I don't think the policymakers would do that.
Right. So is it high interest cost? I mean, you said it was a broader question, but is it high interest cost? Is that also a deterrent?
If I have to put a plan in order, right, I'm putting a 10-year perspective into order. So obviously I talk about inflation uncertainty being low, relatively lower interest rate. When I'm doing a net NPV of my investment, I have to think, what would be my trend growth, because that will lead to the demand assessment. So I think a lot of these things come into play. And obviously when you're like this year is the election year, there's also, it's an election year across the world actually. You're going to be seeing a lot of noise in geopolitics, right? Starting from Taiwan. So I think, and so last 1 or 2 years, actually there has been some bit of a private investment that has happened, even in, the small and mid-sized companies, but a part of it is because of the compulsive investment that they have to do, owing to sort of waning globalization or deglobalization that we are seeing. So that compulsive investment on account of this, and of course on account of green energy transition that you will see over the years, will happen. But beyond that, any big bets would require relatively more comfortable macro situation in the world and back home. And as I said, that we are entering a relatively more uncertain world on geopolitics, on account of the fact that we could see a slower and a crashing growth in the next 1 to 1.5 years. Why would you want to bet on a 10-year project at that time, when you might as well get some understanding or some clarity with regard to how the global and domestic growth could pan out, and of course, consumption is necessarily not growing to the extent the private sector would have liked it to. So all these things, they have to keep in, when this, at least the starting point has to be strong for them. And again, it's a 10-year project, right? So I have to do, as I said, assessment of my net present value of the work that I'm putting in at this point in time. So I think they would rather wait than rush. They've waited for so many years, another 7-8 months.
So consumption not picking up is a theme which we are keeping on coming back to. Mr. Bhatt, are there any expectations in terms of SOPs to boost consumption growth? Do you think we could see something like that in the interim budget?
Well, in the interim budget, I don't think there will be too many. There probably is not going to be any new proposals for direct tax, because indirect tax virtually the government has given up, because it's all the GST Council that decides. So there's very little room there other than direct taxes. But I think one point on capital formation that we are discussing in the private sector, I think what we probably have missed is this, that through the NCLT route, there are a lot of dormant capacity that has been reactivated. Quite a lot of these big companies are buying up small companies which had gone sick. NPAs have been sort of sold out, and then through the NCLT route at whatever 10 or 20% of the original cost, they have been able to acquire capacity and restart these capacities. So that is probably the one that is really generating all this 6% plus of GDP growth. That is something that probably we missed, because there are no big bang announcements of so many billions of dollars of new investment. But this is something that's happening on the ground, which is actually very good for efficiency. But as far as consumption is concerned, I think there is some talk of that Prime Minister Kisan Yojana being given some more funds. I think things like that would happen, but I don't think any big bang reforms will really happen, because it's just basically an vote on account. But I don't think they will let go this opportunity of spending more to generate consumption expenditure.
Spending more to generate consumption. Niranjan, do you think this kind of talk will be matched by allocation?
And the margin, perhaps, see, as I said in my opening remarks, and I agree with what was said already, there could be some signaling, right? But if you look at it in the broader thing, that the government spending is about 5 trillion or something, then that order, right? So maybe, we may get excited by like a 10,000 crore or 20,000 crore allocation, but the size of the Indian economy is such today that it's a signal. It's perhaps the margin of boost, assuming people spend that money and go and save it, but I don't think that's going to change the fundamental macroeconomic reality of slowing consumption. And see, I think that this was coming in the sense that if you see what happened during the pandemic, that there was at least one large section of Indian society which was earning income and not being able to spend, like sitting at home basically, or even later spending on just some goods. So excess savings had built up, in the household balance sheets, and those were spent down in the past 3 years. So this entire thing about revenge consumption, whether it is of goods or services, that had happened. That is normalized. And for consumption now, if the excess savings story is more or less over, consumption to hold, you need a higher job growth, you need higher wage growth, and you need higher consumer confidence. And only when these three play out, then you will have a sustained consumption recovery. Otherwise, just from the budget, I don't think we'll be able to significantly alter the macro balance or the macro reality of slowing this up.
So, Madhavi, do you think what are the chances of rural consumption picking up? And I also wanted to know your thoughts on the K-shaped recovery, which has become a big debate now.
So one thing we need to sort of put in account is that the rural consumption hasn't really gone down. It may not have gone up, but it is not. There's no rural distress, as most of us probably tend to write about. Had there been a distress rural level, we probably would have seen some of it being reflected in the state elections. I think rural voters are quite smart on that account. But I think there's no distress. Of course, there's not been a big pickup, which was the case even pre-pandemic as well. So the rural real wages have been growing in a very narrow range of plus to minus 2% on a year-on-year basis. So clearly, if there's, as he was mentioning, in the end, your income sort of defines your confidence, and that leads to the actual consumption that you do. So if the real wages are really sticky, there is only little room that you have in terms of higher rural consumption now. I think the policy push also has been very moderate towards the rural segment. If you look at barring the numbers that they throw on your faces, if you look at the rural, Minister of Rural Development's spending as a percent of GDP, it has been very sticky over the last 3 or 4 years, not gone up as such. So I think but I also understand the fact that the policy support the government gave during pandemic or even before that, has relatively been better targeted, which probably makes me understand why there hasn't been a rural distress of the sort. In fact, I understand that post-pandemic, there hasn't been a full reversal of the rural labor back into the urban segment, which also explains why the rural wages are lower, because there's still surplus rural labor, which probably is getting supported by various policy measures of the government, be it with regard to food or employment in whatever way. And to some extent, that also you also saw a bit of a mixed change in the way rural employment played out post-pandemic. So the job losses that we saw post-COVID, when sort of got recouped in a year or 1.5 years later, the mix of the rural employment changed. So so while we were able to reach the employment level what it was pre-pandemic, but there was a shift from services to agriculture within the rural employment segment, which obviously means from a high productive and high paying segment, you're getting into a low productive segment, which obviously is anyway into disguise and employment state. So obviously you lead to a much low, the overall rural income tends to get lower when you move from services to a relatively surplus segment of the economy in terms of economic activity. So that probably would have led to probably a relatively lower rural income in general. But I think last 1 year, there's been a still steady rural consumption. It hasn't been very strong, but I don't think it's as distressed as some of us talk about.
But the fact that 800 million people are being given free food, isn't that itself a sign that things are not all that right?
Giving food to 800 million people should necessarily be seen as a signal that 100 million people did not have food, right? It is, in a way, it is like a quasi-income support, because it's fungible, right? So if you're spending less on food, you have more on. So it's a household support system. So I don't think that it's sometimes misrepresented that 800 million people are getting free food, therefore 800 million people did not have access to food. I'm a little skeptical about that. And as Madhavi says, there are two things about the rural economy. One is, I agree with that, there's not distress. It's been a tough year. Some of this, reverse migration which happened during the pandemic, anecdotally also people are getting work in all the infrastructure projects which are happening, etc. And the second thing, I think, often, make and a big error that the rural economy does not mean the same as the agriculture economy. The Indian rural economy also is remarkably diversified over the past 20 years. There is a lot of other activities, some of it maybe having linkages to agriculture. But the rural economy per se is far more diversified. So there are these other buffers besides the buffers of social security. But yeah, when that said, the recovery has been uneven, and I would still think that whether it's K-shaped or whatever, I don't know. We can keep arguing about the particular alphabet, but it has been an uneven recovery.
In terms of the markets, what are the key expectations?
See, the market today is at a level where all the best expectations are factored. So therefore, I think the room for disappointment is absolutely zero. So if there is a disappointment on any of these, what are the assumptions? See, internationally, if you really see, the Red Sea problem will be solved. Yesterday, I think UK and US started attacking the Houthis. So the assumption is that all these problems will be solved. That US there will be a soft landing. That China will be reined in, and nothing will happen to Taiwan. Elections will produce good results, and whether China likes it or not, they will have to live with it. These are the assumptions. As far as India is concerned, the same government will come back to power with probably better majority, and the policy initiatives will continue, and the earnings growth will continue. These are all the assumptions that we have made, and I think so. Therefore, there is no room for disappointment. If there is a surprise in any of these things, I think the market can correct. But as of now, it looks like as if there is nothing to suggest that the assumptions need to be changed. So for want of new information, the market is trading where it is. But I think things can change. Say for example, if there is no soft landing in the US, or if the Red Sea crisis deepens, which doesn't seem to be a very good assumption to make that everything will be fine there. So all these things can change the outlook of foreign portfolio investors. And as a matter of fact, actually they don't matter as much as they used to, because the domestic institutions are probably double the size of the FPI investments now in terms of incremental flows. So therefore, they may not matter so much, but on the margin, I think they need to be at least neutral, if not very positive, and they continue to be reasonably positive. So I think things are fine as of now, but as I said, there is no room for disappointment.
Okay, let me wind up this discussion by asking the one reform measure you would like to see, if maybe not in this interim budget, but let's say, in the July one. We'll start with Niranjana and go one by one.
I'll give an economist answer.
Myself, then I.
Which is, let's see, I think what India's given India growth path, which, again, we can argue 7%, 6%, whatever. And it's generally, one sort of strong economy in a faltering world economy. I think given our internal challenges, what I would really like to see as an economist is not something sectoral, but a concerted policy package or thinking to increase the tax rate GDP issue. Because I think that is really going to be required for all the commitments, both welfare, infrastructure, perhaps defense. There are lots of new things on the horizon. So I think, if you ask me, I think basically rationalization of GST, just reducing the number of slabs, some cases of inverted duty structure. So GST reform, and I think the direct tax story. I think I would think that though it would be really important long-term reform they think about into that.
I think for me, not necessarily reform, but one segment of the revenue side which has been lagging the last 2 or 3 years has been divestment. Whether we can debate whether it's the best thing to be in terms of how the government actually uses the divestment amount to sort of fund themselves. But in the end, I think that amount becomes a very important lever for them to correct the fiscal deficit without creating a negative fiscal impulse. So I think they've not been able to divest efficiently. There are certain infra monetization that they can do, which are active stuff, or even land for that matter. They can still optimally sort of utilize by divesting it. Strategic divestments have been sort of now on a very sideway basis. And thirdly, I think one important thing is that most of these PSUs that the government are looking to divest, they have a commodity angle, and if the commodity prices tend to remain low, they probably won't find value in divesting at that point in time. But that divestment target would become important, because in the end, when you're looking at the fiscal impulse, it has to be seen ex asset sale in general. And those asset sales become a very important lever to fund your fiscal deficit, without necessarily contracting your expenditure side dramatically. So I think how they get innovative with regard to their asset sales, be it strategic or non-strategic, is something which I would watch out for.
Yeah, from the investment viewpoint, I think one thing that we have to get it very clear is that, say for example, as far as FPIs are concerned, we have multitude of rules there, and actually nobody really knows whether you will be taxed or not, because it depends on where you come from, what is, whether it is business income, whether it is capital gains, whether it's, so there is a huge amount of confusion here, and every now and then you get notices as for FPIs, keep getting notices. They are actually, not exactly very comfortable investing in India based on the tax regime and the rules. So I think this needs to be simplified. It actually, if India has to attract foreign money, it has to be based on its merits. It cannot be based on where it comes from. So therefore, other than probably countries which we are inimical towards us, but otherwise, I think we, even if that investment income from that is taxed at a very small rate, it doesn't matter. But I think keep it very simple. I think that is very important, because that's why bulk of the investors don't want to come to India, because it's quite difficult. The other thing is, if you really see, this is probably the only country which doesn't encourage investment from NRIs, from non-residents. See, the Chinese economy really prospered because of their non-resident Chinese investing. Here, if an NRI wants to invest in India, especially in the equity market, the multitude of rules are so much. So it is impossible for him to do. He would rather come through some pooled vehicle, even though he may have expertise to invest directly. These rules have to be changed. These are all rules which were there in the control regime. I think we have to have a fresh look at these rules and change everything. The third point, I think, is if we have to really promote capital formation, the startups are very important. Startup ecosystem has to be encouraged, and for that, I think the taxation also has to be changed. We have this rule of deemed income. If you take some new investment at a premium, all kinds of problems, get valuations for every stage of investment. I think we have complicated it beyond repair. So I think again a fresh look at this has to be done. Say for example, even a startup company, which if it wants to give an ESOP to get good employees, because they don't have the money to pay them top dollars, even there's a multitude of rules which, only the chartered accountants and the lawyers gain out of this. I don't think capital formation is really encouraged. So I think there is a new look that we have to, all these areas, capital formation and ease of investment, I think a lot more can be done. I think we have to have a relook at this and encourage investments.
Now, coming to you, Ashish, what are the budget expectations from the markets? What does the market fear more? Is it going to be political instability or competitive populism?
Sure. I think both have got significantly addressed, or these concerns have got allayed after what transpired in the recent state election results. I think going into those state election results, there was fear that competitive populism may come to fore. I think this government has refrained from that for past many years. And the fear was that if these state election outcomes sets a pattern that is something what is needed politically, the government may change course, right? I think one of the strong reactions that you saw from the markets post the state election results was not just because there was probably more confidence that there will be political and policy continuity, but also the fact that you will not need to resort to this populism really. And I think that's where the market found confidence that the macro stability that has come to the country is likely to continue.
But then, as I mentioned in the introduction, there are 7 states that are going to polls this year.
Yes.
And it is not only at the central level.
Yes.
They have to think not only about the general elections, but,
Yes.
but all these polls.
Yes. So I think clearly there was a concern there, but I think increasingly I think the market seems to believe that they will be able to get to not just stay away from this populism, but still continue with that path of this 1.5% fiscal consolidation that they had laid out for 2 years, right? So I think if in the budget there are indications that we are not going to be on track for that, there can be a negative reaction. But I think if that visibility is provided that one is going to be on that path, I think markets will get confidence.
Given the rich valuations in the market, I mean, do you expect divestment to get an impetus, and more importantly, privatization, which has been kind of put on the back burner?
Sure.
Because especially if the current government is going to return to power,
Yes.
third time mandate,
Yes.
they should be able to go through with it, right?
Yes. I think clearly divestment is something that the government can now more aggressively look at. As you rightly point out, that market has moved up. And interestingly, if you see last 1 year, one of the biggest components that has re-rated is actually the public sector, right? So if you look at the CPSE ETF, I think last year it was up 75%. And I think I would say divestment is more likely than privatization. I think privatization is a much longer intensive process. We all know there have been some enterprises, including banks, that have been put on the block, and it's been difficult to conclude and consummate those. I think given the move up in the valuation, there is elbow room in OFS in a lot of companies. We have seen in the last 6 months, private equity players, promoters of private companies have used the market rally to actually reduce their stakes. And I think the government can take a cue from that and also work in the same vein in the coming year.
Right. The first advanced estimates, they showed that private consumption expenditure is going to grow at only 4.4% or something.
Yes.
For this financial year.
Yes.
And the rural economy also does not look that great.
Yes.
Does that concern you? I
No,
mean, how do you view cyclical
certainly,
stocks?
yeah, I think that really has been some sort of an enigma, that while over the last 2 years broader economic growth has been good, consumption has taken so long to revive, right? And that's amply actually reflected even in the equity market. So consumption oriented companies have underperformed, and most of the activity or the rating has been in the industrial manufacturing space. But I believe that while we don't know when the consumption will revive, but ingredients are coming in place, right? So if you look at low income job creation, that's positive. So real estate sector is doing better, construction sector is doing better. We also probably had one big headwind to consumption growth, which was high inflation, right? And that also has subsided. So I don't see really any reasons why consumption slowdown should be continuing. But are we seeing any signs of consumption pick up today? The answer is no. So at least in low income or mass market consumption, even the latest quarter estimates and guidances that FMCG companies have given, for example, are fairly muted, right? But I don't think there is, at least to my knowledge, an overarching reason why this consumption slowdown should continue, right? So I think from a macroeconomic perspective, all the ingredients are in place that consumption revival should come through. Whether it comes through in 3 months from now or 6 months from now is what we need to wait for.
Okay. If there is one budget measure you would like to see announced, one reform measure, what would that be?
So I think more than reform, I think the biggest thing I would be watching in the budget is really the path towards the fiscal consolidation. I think more than any other reform, I think what has really helped India over the past few years has been the macro stability that has been achieved both by consolidating the fiscal as well as kind of making the external account more resilient. I think what we need from the government is this macro stability environment to be maintained, and I think the rest of the things fall in place.
Thank you. There you have it from our expert panel. The government is expected to stick to its fiscal consolidation path. Capex will continue to remain important, while private consumption might get just a little push. And if all these happens, the markets will remain happy and continue to be where they are.
As we inch closer to 1st February every year, everyone watches out for one key thing, the union budget. From India Inc. to the stock market to the common man, the union budget impacts nearly all of us. But why exactly is the budget such an important event? So basically just how families make budgets so that they can gauge their household expenses and hence know how much they can spend on, say groceries, essentials and on luxuries. The government makes a budget every year to decide how much the country has spent and how much we can spend for the country in the coming year. The union budget basically shapes the economy of the country and its policies, and budget announcements have long-term impacts. Of course, considering India is a large family of over 130 crore people, it's a lot more complicated. The government needs to ensure that money is allocated where it's needed the most. So they divide it into sectors like health, defense, railways, infrastructure, taxation such as personal taxes, banking and so on. Depending on the needs of each sector, the government allocates portions of their funds. One of the most important parts of the budget is public welfare. Who needs the money the most? What policy changes will help those who are vulnerable? And this includes literally everyone. Taxpayers, women, farmers, businessmen. So depending on the needs and priorities of these sections of society for the year, announcements are made accordingly. So to include all of this, there's a bunch of documents that make up the budget. These documents are uploaded after the Finance Minister's statement in the Lok Sabha and they can be accessed by anyone. It starts with the FM speech, which is actually just a minor part of the budget document, though the most essential one. The first part of this, which is Part A, details the expectations and reform strategy of the upcoming year for various sectors like health, education, rural, urban, capital markets, SMEs and other such categories. This is also the section that contains welfare schemes planned for targeted groups like women and students. This part also details the budget targets like the fiscal deficit for the year, divestment and government borrowings. The second part of the budget, that is Part B, is the one that has direct and indirect tax announcements. This excludes GST because that is not in the purview of the union budget. This is also when the Finance Minister announces any changes in income tax slabs and customs and excise duties in the coming fiscal, along with other things. Basically, through the budget, the government identifies the areas in the economy which require reforms, and policy and monetary allocation changes are made accordingly.
Increase in savings and their productive use leads to higher economic growth. The households are the main contributors to the savings. Therefore, to encourage domestic investments in long-term savings, I propose to increase the investment limit under Section 80C to all income taxpayers from Rs 1 lakh to Rs 1.5 lakhs. Madam, this is no secret that the major slippage in the last decade has been on the infrastructure front. Our infrastructure does not match our growth ambitions. There is a pressing need to increase public investment. I have therefore increased outlays on both roads and gross budgetary support to the railways by 14,031 and Rs 10,050 crores respectively. The capex of public sector units is expected to be 3,17,889 crores, an increase of approximately 80,844 crores over last year. In fact, all told, investment in infrastructure will go up by 70,000 crores in the year 15-16 over 14-15 from the Centre's fund and resources of the CPSEs. We are grateful to our farmers for being the backbone of the country's food security. We need to think beyond food security and give back to our farmers a sense of income security. Government will therefore reorient its interventions in the farm and non-farm sector to double the income of farmers by 2022. Our total allocation on agriculture and farmers' welfare is rupees 35,984 crores. Political parties continue to receive most of their funds through anonymous donations, which are shown in cash. An effort, therefore, requires to be made to cleanse the system of political funding in India. Donors have also expressed reluctance in donating by check and other transparent methods, as it would disclose their identity and entail adverse consequences. I therefore propose the following system as an effort to cleanse the system of funding of political parties. A. In accordance with the suggestion made by the Election Commission, the maximum amount of cash donation that a political party can receive will be 2,000 from any one source. B. Political parties will be entitled to receive donations by check or in the digital mode from their donors. C. As an additional step, an amendment is being proposed to the Reserve Bank of India Act to enable the issuance of electoral bonds in accordance with a scheme that the Government of India would frame in this regard. हमारे दल के घोषणा पत्र में ये संकल्प है कि कृषि को लाभदायी बनाने के लिए किसान भाइयों को उनकी लागत, उत्पादन की लागत से कम 50% से अधिक अर्थात लागत से 1.5 गुना दाम मिले। सरकार इस संकल्प के प्रति संवेदनशील रही है। रबी की अधिकांश अधिघोषित फसलों का न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य लागत से कम 1.5 गुना तय किया जा चुका है। अब हम बची हुई अधिघोषित फसलों के लिए भी इस संकल्प को एक सिद्धांत की तरह लागू करने का फैसला लिया है।
In view of the rising income levels, those in the highest income brackets need to contribute more to the nation's development. I therefore propose to enhance the surcharge on individuals having taxable income from 2 crore to 5 crores and 5 crore and above, so that effective tax rates for these two categories will increase by around 3% and 7% respectively. The Income Tax Act is riddled with various exemptions and deductions which make compliance by the taxpayer and administration of Income Tax Act by the tax authorities a burdensome process. It is almost impossible for a taxpayer to comply with income tax law without taking the help from professionals. In order to provide significant relief to the individual taxpayers and to simplify the income tax law, I propose to bring a new simplified personal income tax regime wherein income tax rates will be significantly reduced for the individual taxpayers who forego certain deductions and exemptions. For 21-22, I propose a sharp increase in capital expenditure and thus have provided 5.54 lakh crores, which is 34.5% more than the BE of 2020-2021. Over and above this expenditure, We would also be providing more than 2 lakh crores to states and autonomous bodies for their capital expenditure. This budget continues to provide impetus for growth. It lays a parallel track of 1. A blueprint for the Amrit Kal, which is futuristic and inclusive. This will directly benefit our youth, women, farmers, the scheduled castes, and the scheduled tribes. And number 2, big public investment. Number 2, big public investment for modern infrastructure, readying for India at 100. This shall be guided by PM Gati Shakti and be benefited by the synergy of multimodal approach. Now I come to what everyone is waiting for. Personal income tax. I have 5 major announcements to make in this regard. These primarily benefit our hard-working middle class. The first one concerns rebate. Currently, those with income up to 5 lakh do not pay any income tax in both old and new regimes. I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakhs in the
कर रहे हो, कैसे चला रहे हो?
5 years पहले हम खर्चा कर सकते थे, वो थोड़ा सा हमारा हाथ टाइट हो गया है.
Milk, bread, I mean, prices have skyrocketed.
If we get our children educated is the only way we'll get more livelihoods. And I think half of our country does not have a livelihood.
महंगाई काफी बढ़ रही है, हमारी salaries वगैरह में उतना impact नहीं आया.
Women have become one of the most essential vote banks for almost every political party, be it 33% reservations or be it special schemes in elections. But what do women actually want? We are at the commercial center of Delhi. In fact, one of the commercial centers. My name is Abhinav Trivedi and today we go and talk to a few women, young and old, and ask them what are their demands from the finance minister. What are their demands in the interim budget? Let's go.
डिमांड में यही कहेंगे, हर चीज़ का फाइनेंस ध्यान में रखिए प्लीज़, क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम्स बहुत ज़्यादा वुमेन्स को ही फेस करनी पड़ती हैं. मेल्स कहने के लिए कमाते हैं, आज के टाइम पे वुमेन भी कहीं कम नहीं है. आई फील लाइक तो जब हम लोग ग्राउंड पे खेलते हैं, मतलब कि जब हमें टाइम मिलता है कमाने के लिए, हम लोगों को बहुत मुश्किलें देखनी पड़ती है, बिकॉज बच्चे भी हैं, हर काइंड ऑफ एक्सपेंसेस है. आप लोग हर चीज़ की रेंज बढ़ाते जा रहे हैं. एक नॉर्मल ऑयल की रेंज 80 रुपीज़ थी, आज आपने 110, 180, मतलब आपने किचन हिलाया. मेन क्या किया, किचन हिला दिया. एक वुमेन जहाँ से सेव करती थी वही आपने चीज़ एकदम शेक कर दी. सो कहाँ जाएगी आज की वुमेन? सब कुछ महंगा है जनाब.
जिन डब्बों में हम पैसे छुपाते थे उन डब्बों में आज पैसे भी नहीं है और राशन भी नहीं है,
क्योंकि वो 2014 में ही निकलवा लिया गया था. बेचारे औरतों ने जो जमा पूंजी अपनी जमा की थी उसको अच्छी से निकाल के खाली कर दिया गया, ये बोल के कि नोट चेंज हो रहे हैं. बेचारी औरतों ने भी अपनी जमा पूंजी निकाल दी, उसके बाद बेचारी आज सिक्के भी नहीं जोड़ पाई. कौन देगा? कौन? मोदी जी आके हमें पूछते हैं कि मैडम आप क्या कर रहे हो, कैसे चला रहे हो, हम आपके लिए कुछ सोचें. वुमेन्स के लिए करते तो बहुत कुछ है, हमारे पास तो कभी नहीं है. हम उन वुमेन्स में नहीं काउंट होते जिनके पास लोग जाते हैं.
सभी कुछ अच्छा है, जो कुछ किया अच्छा है, बस जो फ्री का राशन बांट रहे हैं वो गलत है. उससे कोई भी काम करने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, सब लेजी हो जाते हैं. एंड लेबरर्स तो उनको फ्री में मिल रहा है, वो काम ही नहीं करते. वो क्यों काम करेंगे, उनको फ्री में सब कुछ मिल रहा है, तो वो गलत है. बाकी सब अच्छा है.
I don't know. I feel that, trying to stretch your salary now, the entire month is becoming more and more challenging. Okay. So, yes, I mean, the prices of essentials are definitely way up there. Okay. And that needs to be addressed. Okay. Whether it's essentials like milk, bread, I mean, prices have skyrocketed. Even vegetables, vegetables, fruits. It's beyond a common person's budget.
लेडीज अब ऐसा तो है नहीं कि जनरली इतने लेवल तक ही कर रही हैं, उससे ज़्यादा वर्क कर रही हैं, तो उसको बढ़ाना ज़रूरी है. हमें टैक्स वो होना चाहिए. जब मेंस के लिए इतना ज़्यादा है तो वुमेन्स के लिए सिर्फ 2 ही क्यों, उसको भी तो इम्प्रूव करना चाहिए ना.
हाँ, पैसों को लेके थोड़ी सी इनसिक्योरिटीज़ बढ़ गई है. मतलब जिस हिसाब से हम 5 years पहले हम खर्चा कर सकते थे, वो थोड़ा सा हमारा हाथ टाइट हो गया है। एजुकेशन एक्चुअली काफ़ी ज़्यादा महंगा हो गया है, लाइक फीस, स्कूल की फ़ीस स्ट्रक्चर जो है वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा बढ़ गया है, तो उसमें थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम आती है।
जैसे दालें वगैरह सब कितनी महंगी, 200 रुपये, ये तो थोड़ा सा कम होना चाहिए। बहुत ज़्यादा महंगा तो हो रहा है सब कुछ है। जैसे पहले पीएनजी थी, जब नई नई आई थी तो इतनी सस्ती थी, अब वो पीएनजी वही का मेरे ख्याल हर महीने का 1200-1300 रुपये बिल आ ही रहा है। और जब पहले था मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है 200-300, मतलब 8-10 साल पहले 200-300 रुपये आया करता, आज वही 1200-1300 रुपये आ रहा है। हम तो यही चाहते हैं कि हमारी पेंशन हो जो गवर्नमेंट ने बंद कर दिया।
हाँ बिल्कुल, जितने भी सामान है, मतलब हमारे घर का जो ग्रोसरी है वगैरह, उसका तो सब बढ़ ही रहा है तो नेचुरली हमारा बजट भी डामाडोल तो हो ही रहा है।
टैक्स स्लैब्स वगैरह इस तरह से हो कि हमारे लिए थोड़ी कन्वीनियंस आए। बजट तो डेफिनेटली काफ़ी ज़्यादा फ़र्क पड़ गया है, महंगाई काफ़ी बढ़ रही है। उस हिसाब से मुझे लगता है कि जैसे हमारी सैलरीज वगैरह में उतना इम्पैक्ट नहीं आया जितनी महंगाई बढ़ रही है।
5 years before I came into this market with 500 rupees, I shopped so many things. Now there is nothing I can get in 500 here. There is a lot of pink tax, I think, going on for women. Especially for women, things are very expensive. Like if you buy a boy's t-shirt and a girl's t-shirt are more expensive.
Okay.
That's what I feel.
So do you think that finance minister should lay special emphasis on women's t-shirts?
Yes. Obviously. They should reduce this pink tax in cosmetics, in everything, in our daily accessories, even sanitary pads, everything.
मसाले, सब चीज़ों के खर्चे बढ़ रहे हैं, मगर एक तरफ से जैसे राम मंदिर बनने का मुद्दा, ये सब बहुत अच्छा भी लग रहा है
जी।
कहीं खर्चे बढ़ने से घबराहट भी हो रही है, कहीं खुशी भी है राम मंदिर बनने की। बस यही हम चाहते हैं कि थोड़ा अब जो खर्चे बढ़ चुके हैं अब यहीं पे रुक जाए, इससे आगे और ना बढ़े।
मेरे हिसाब से बजट में डेफिनेटली वुमेन के लिए कुछ एक जो जॉब्स में मुझे लगता है थोड़ा बहुत पार्शियलिटी होती है समटाइम्स कई जगह पे, वो ठीक होना चाहिए। महंगाई जिस हिसाब से बढ़ रही है उस हिसाब से सैलरीज नहीं बढ़ रही हैं, तो मेरा पर्सनली ये होता है कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर में स्पेशली, बिकॉज गवर्नमेंट की जितनी स्कीम्स होती हैं वो गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर्स के लिए तो बहुत ज़्यादा एप्लीकेबल होती है, उनके लिए बहुत अच्छा होता है, लेकिन प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स में उतना फील नहीं करना इतना ज़्यादा नहीं मिलता है।
पहले का टाइम देखें और अब देखें, चीज़ें बहुत ज़्यादा कॉस्टली हो गई हैं। फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल अगर हम सब्ज़ी लेते हैं नीचे सुबह, तो मतलब पहले हम 100 रुपये में काफ़ी अच्छी सब्ज़ी ले लेते थे, लाइक हमारा 4-5 दिन निकल जाते थे, बट अब डेली का ये कि हम 300-350 की सब्ज़ी ले रहे हैं। बस यही कहना चाहते हैं कि जो मिडिल क्लास, हम लोग जैसे मिडिल क्लास ही बिलोंग करते हैं, तो जो बजट एक ऐसा होना चाहिए हर कोई चीज़ों को मैनेज कर सके ईजिली, मुश्किल नहीं होनी चाहिए।
As it is for women, it's very difficult to get equal pay. On top of that, if you have so many expenses, it gets very tough. To get a good school was very, very hard. On top of that, the fees was very high, even the bus, the conveyance. My travel cost has increased, and so is the cost of all the groceries, the clothes. So yes, it has been very, very challenging for a mother who works and has to work because it's become very expensive. In a lot of other countries, we have education which is free, and education is a very, very difficult thing for India to sort of get into. If you look at livelihoods, that all depends on the education that we get. So if we get our children educated, is the only way we'll get more livelihoods into this country. And I think half of our country does not have a livelihood.
Reduction in the cost of living and more money in our hands. These are the prime demands of women whom we spoke to from the finance minister. This is all from this episode. We shall see you on the D-Day. Shab Bakhair, and stay tuned to Live Mint for more such updates. Is the largest chunk of the Indian population and the most important stakeholder in every year's budget. But what are the actual demands? Nope, it's not just income tax debates. You'll be surprised and amazed at the level of awareness and articulation the working middle class has for their demands. We are at the center of Delhi, the Connaught Place. My name is Abhinav Trivedi, and today we at Mint shall go and talk to such people and ask them what are their demands from the finance ministry. Let's go and find out.
रिटायर्ड पर्सन्स का तो हालत देख ही रहे हो आप, ठीक है ना।
हमारे अपने पर्सनल कॉस्मेटिक्स हैं
और किसान सम्मान निधि है उसको डबल किया।
Basically inflation, because if you see the petrol fuel price is very high. बजट आने वाला है, मैं तो फीमेल के लिए चाहूँगी कि टैक्स रिबेट अच्छा खासा हो और गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट होने के नाते यही कहेंगे कि भाई अगर हमारा डीए जो पिछला बकाया है वो दे दिया जाए। महंगाई ज़्यादा, इन्फ्लेशन ज़्यादा है और जो हमारा जो सैलरी का बढ़ने का वो दर है वो बहुत नीचे है, तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग बाकी चीज़ें, एजुकेशन है बच्चों की या हमारे अपने पर्सनल कॉस्मेटिक्स हैं और ड्रेसिंग का खर्च है, हाँ बिल्कुल वो सब कॉस्टली होता जा रहा है ना।
एटलीस्ट 10 लाख इनकम टैक्स रिबेट होनी चाहिए।
10 लाख का
10 लाख, क्योंकि उन्होंने आज से 15 साल पहले वादा किया था हम 5 साल करेंगे, 5 लाख तक रखेंगे, लेकिन वो 10 साल तो यहाँ निकाल रहे हैं। 10 लाख से कम नहीं होना चाहिए। जितने एक्सपेंसिव बढ़े हैं उसको देखते हुए 10 लाख से कम नहीं रहना चाहिए। रिटायर्ड पर्सन को हमें क्या मिलता है, हम तो रोटी भी नहीं चला पा रहे अपने। आई एम ऑल्सो गस्टेड ऑफिसर, रिटायर हुआ हूँ, लेकिन जो है फिर भी लगभग 35-36 हज़ार सैलरी से, पेंशन से क्या बनता है दिल्ली में, तो 10 लाख से कम तो नहीं चाहिए। बीजेपी बिजनेसमैनों के लिए बेशक कुछ भी करे, लेकिन एम्प्लॉयज़ के लिए नहीं कर रही है, ऐसा लगता है हमें। कहाँ गया, कहाँ टैक्स रिबेट कहाँ गई उनकी? जो बड़े बड़े वादे उन्होंने किए थे टैक्स रिबेट के और हमारी फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस के लिए या कंडीशन सुधारने के लिए, वो बिल्कुल फुलफिल नहीं किए उन्होंने।
मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि किसान को जो केसीसी दिया जाता है उस पर कुछ सब्सिडी लोन पे और बढ़ाए। जो बच्चों को एजुकेशन लोन दिया जाता है बैंक उसमें 14 से 16% तक इंटरेस्ट रेट ले रहे हैं। मेरा गवर्नमेंट के आपके माध्यम से मांग है कि इस बजट में उसको मिनिमाइज किया जाए। मैं ये नहीं कहता बैंक तो पूरा लेगा, लेकिन जो आपकी सेविंग अकाउंट का जो ब्याज है वही उनसे इंटरेस्ट लिया जाए, बाकी का पेमेंट गवर्नमेंट करे। और किसान सम्मान निधि है उसको डबल किया जाए, मेरी ऐसी मांग।
फ्यूल प्राइस इज वेरी हाई, सो अ कॉमन मैन कैन नॉट अफोर्ड। आई एम ड्राइविंग अ कार। आज से अगर आप 2 साल पहले देख लो, बिफोर कोविड, तो मैं अफोर्ड कर पाता, बट आज क्या है, मुझे गाड़ी निकालते डर लगता है, बिकॉज इन्फ्लेशन तो बढ़ा है लेकिन उसके अकॉर्डिंग इनकम नहीं बढ़ी है। इफ़ फ्यूल प्राइस इज रिड्यूस देन ऑटोमेटिकली एवरीथिंग इज रिड्यूसेस। आज के डेट में कंपनी अपने मैन पावर को रिड्यूस कर रही है, राइट, जिस कारण अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ती जा रही है। तो इस पर भी एक पॉइंट गवर्नमेंट को सोचना चाहिए कि अगर अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ती जाएगी तो जो नई पीढ़ी आ रही है उनका क्या होगा।
मतलब कोई एक्सपेक्टेशन आप लोगों का इस साल के बजट से?
जैसी हर बार रहती है, इस बार भी यही है कि इनकम टैक्स की रेंज बढ़ाई जाए। इनकम टैक्स बहुत ज़्यादा कटता है। सैलरीड एम्प्लॉय की तो यही रिक्वेस्ट रहती है फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर से कि इनकम टैक्स की रेंज बढ़ाई जाए।
आप लोग?
पहले हम लोग जो है ना ओल्ड टैक्स रिजाइम में रिटर्न भरा करते थे, अब हमने न्यू टैक्स रिजाइम को चूज़ किया है। लेकिन उसमें एनपीएस जो है ना वो उसमें इंक्लूड नहीं है, वो तो उस पर जो पहले रिबेट मिल रही थी वो न्यू टैक्स रिजाइम में आनी चाहिए।
अच्छा, पिछले 1 साल में आप लोगों की इनकम बढ़ी है, कम हुई है, उतनी है? मतलब 1 साल में कैसा, या फिर महंगाई ने सब कुछ कवर अप कर दिया है?
नहीं, इनकम तो खैर अभी बढ़ी है हमारी। पीछे अभी 1 साल पहले हमारे पे रिवीजन हुए थे, बाकी महंगाई तो इतनी नहीं बढ़ी है। महंगाई तो नॉर्मल है। हाँ, नॉर्मल।
महंगाई के इनकम के साथ साथ महंगाई भी बढ़ रही है, तो एट पार ही आ जाता है बराबर।
देखो हम तो प्रोफेशन है, उनको जीएसटी में टैक्स ऑडिट हटा दिए। ऑडिट लाना चाहिए। विदाउट ऑडिट और ऐसे ही नोटिस आ रहे हैं, ऑडिट तो करा नहीं रहे हैं, जिसके चलते उसमें खामियां आ रही है और नोटिस दे के परेशान कर रहे हैं।
इंडिविजुअल जो मिडिल अर्नर टैक्स स्लैब्स है उनमें थोड़ा आम आदमी को राहत मिलना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से।
मतलब कितना एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं अगर आप चाहेंगे तो?
फिर जैसा भी मेरा जो पॉइंट है कि जो न्यू टैक्स रिजीम है उसमें हाउस रेंट पे जो इंटरेस्ट का जो पोर्शन नहीं अभी दे रहे हैं उसको देना चाहिए। जो ओल्ड स्कीम में कुछ ऐसे थे जो इन्वेस्टमेंट से रिलेटेड थे उसके डिडक्शन न्यू स्कीम में भी लाने चाहिए साथ में।
सी बिकॉज आई एम ए रिटायर्ड गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय, सो आई नीड सम टैक्स रिबेट, पर्सनल टैक्स रिबेट which may be increased by the government, and I sincerely ask our फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर तो कम से कम इसके बारे में कुछ गौर करें। और रिटायर्ड पर्सन्स का तो हालत देख ही रहे हो आप, ठीक है ना, तो उस हिसाब से जो है उनको थोड़ा सा मतलब हमारे तरफ भी ध्यान देना चाहिए।
मोदी गवर्नमेंट ये टैक्स का लिमिट बढ़ाए, क्योंकि जितना है वो लिमिट में कोई वो नहीं किया, रिबेट कुछ नहीं मिला, वो केवल जो 2.5 लाख 5 लाख बस उसी में है। उसमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मतलब कम से मिनिमम 10 लाख तो होना ही चाहिए।
पेंशन में जो कम्यूटेशन होता है
तो कम्यूटेशन का पैसा ये करीब 15 साल 16 साल बाद पेंशन पूरी मिलने लगती है एक कर्मचारी को, कि यदि उसको अभी आज की तारीख के अंदर उसकी 50,000 रुपये पेंशन बन रही है तो उसको 30,000 रुपये मिलते हैं। तो ये कम्यूटेशन गवर्नमेंट के पास प्रस्ताव है और जो पेंशनर्स एसोसिएशन है वो भी मांग रही है कि कम्यूटेशन को जल्दी दिया जाए।
कम से कम सरकार मिडिल क्लास के लिए थोड़ा सा जो है सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर रखे, ठीक है ना। जैसे अब ये कि स्लैब इस टाइम आज की डेट में, मतलब लास्ट ईयर जो था वो 7 लाख का था, थोड़ा बढ़ा दे। दूसरा जो आपकी वर्किंग लेडीज़ हैं उनके लिए बल्कि और ज़्यादा होना चाहिए, 10+ होना चाहिए उनके लिए ये। और बाकी मतलब मेन ये कि जो डेली नेसेसिटी के आइटम है, मतलब लग्जरी की नहीं कहूँगा मैं, आज के डेट में तो फ़ोन भी नेसेसिटी हो गया, मतलब ये सब का जो है थोड़ा सा जो है मतलब जो है इनके रिबेट्स वगैरह सब्सिडी वगैरह मिलनी चाहिए।
This is all from this episode of Decoding the Budget with Mint. We shall continue our quest of coming on the streets and talking to important stakeholders in the economy. Stay tuned to Live Mint. The state of the economy is not only measured through capital markets, debts, equities, but also by coming on the streets and talking to small businessmen, retailers, traders and wholesalers. Today, we are at the business hub of Delhi, Chandni Chowk. And we shall find out with such small businessmen what is the actual state of business. What is the actual state of their economy, their business. So let's go and decode the budget with Mint. पिछले एक साल में जो पिछला बजट आया था उसके धंधा कैसा रहा है ओवरऑल मार्केट का, और मैं सिर्फ एक सेक्टर की नहीं, मैं ओवरऑल जो होलसेलर ट्रेडर कम्युनिटी उनका पिछले एक साल से बिजनेस कैसा रहा है।
देखिए, जो ये वर्ष गुजरा जिसमें कि आप ये देखें कि बिजनेस में कोई कमी नहीं आई है। कमी अगर आई है तो थोड़े से जो उसके अंदर मार्जिन प्रॉफिट होता था वो नीचे चला गया, जिसकी वजह से आय कम हो गई, एक चीज़। दूसरी चीज़ कि चीज़ें कुछ इतनी महंगी हो गई जिसकी वजह से लोगों का बजट जो था ना वो अपसेट हो गया। तो कोई इसको लेने के अंदर सक्षम रहा, कोई नहीं रहा।
तो आपको लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं इंपोर्ट जो सब्सिडी है या फिर इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी सरकार को बढ़ानी चाहिए एक बजट में आते टाइम, क्योंकि हर धंधे को वो इम्पैक्ट करती है, खासकर जो सरकार का ये भी रहा है कि भाई आत्मनिर्भर बनना है, अपने वोकल फॉर लोकल बिजनेस की बात आजकल चलती है, तो इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी की कुछ आपको लगता है लागत?
इतना फर्क पड़ने वाला नहीं है। मेन फर्क है ई कॉमर्स जितने भी साइट्स हैं इन लोगों ने जीना हराम कर रखा है। क्या है कि इन लोगों के पास बाहर से फंड्स आते हैं और लिक्विडेट कर देते हैं हम लोगों के जैसे आदमी के माल के ऊपर कि भाई हमारी लैंडिंग एक चीज़ की 30,000 रुपये है, दे कैन ईजिली सेल एट 25,000 रुपीज़, और कस्टमर कहता है कि भाई मैं तो जहाँ सस्ता मिलता है वहीं से लूँगा, दूसरी जगह से क्यों लूँगा, वाई शुड आई पे मोर। तो वो बहुत इफेक्ट कर रहा है मार्केट को।
ई कॉमर्स की जो मंशा है ना वो ये है कि वो चाहती है हम सारा बिजनेस कैप्चर्ड कर लें कम पैसों पे बेच के। और इसके अलावा एक चीज़ और भी है, खाली इंपोर्ट का बात नहीं है, इंडिया के अंदर जो चीज़ें बनती हैं वो भी उनको चीज़ें सस्ती ज़्यादा डिस्काउंट पे देती हैं दुकानदार की बजाय। दुकानदार कहता है मुझे 100 पीस चाहिए, कहता है ये आपको मिलेगा 5 रुपये के अंदर। वो कहती है मुझे चाहिए 10,000 पीस, मैं तो इसको 3 रुपये में लूँगी, वो कहता है जी मैं आपको देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। तो जो मार्जिन ऑफ प्रॉफिट उसका हैगा मैन्युफैक्चरर का वो इतना ज़्यादा है कि वो इसको एडजस्ट कर पाता है, लेकिन वो दुकानदार के साथ इस चीज़ पे कंप्रोमाइज़ करने को तैयार नहीं है। तो इसके ऊपर थोड़ा सा ऐसा होना चाहिए कि हम नहीं कहते ई कॉमर्स को बंद कर दो, उनकी प्राइस में और हमारी प्राइस में उनकी सप्लाई में हमारा फ़र्क तो नहीं होना चाहिए ना।
GST जो है 18% है तो उसमें थोड़ा कम हो जाए तो थोड़ा सा कस्टमर्स को ज़्यादा राहत मिल जाएगी, थोड़ा सा और ले पाएंगे। तो ये चीज़ है, थोड़ा सा कर सकते हैं अगर गवर्नमेंट चाहे तो। और जैसे भी 1 नेशन 1 टैक्स चल रहा है तो उसके अंदर भी हो सकता है, अगर वो लाएँ तो उसके अंदर भी और बढ़िया हो जाएगा। कि टैक्स के अंदर कमी होनी चाहिए, कायदे से कमी होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर आदमी अगर दुकानदार अगर बिज़नेस इतना करके दे रहा है तो ऑब्वियस सी बात है कि वो यही चाहेगा जितना बिज़नेस ग्रो अप हो रहा है उतना टैक्स के अंदर कमी है। पहले बिज़नेस के अंदर लोगों के पास कमी थी तो टैक्स गवर्नमेंट हाई लेती थी, अगर बिज़नेस करके देंगे तो टैक्स हर किसी के लिए जो कम होना चाहिए।
अगर हम GST को लेकर देखें, थोड़ा GST थोड़ा और सिंप्लीफाइड हो जाए और इजी टू हैंडल हो जाए वो ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा।
और बाकी थोड़ा ऑनलाइन के ऊपर एक थोड़ा सा रिस्ट्रिक्शन रहे जिससे मार्केट के अंदर हमेशा कस्टमर का फ्लो रहे।
मतलब ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म्स आप
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि हमारे जो मोदी जी हैं वो कितना लोगों को जागरूक करते हैं कि मेड इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट खरीदो आप, और जो नीचे ज़मीन से जुड़े लोग हैं उनसे ज़्यादा खरीदो। तो वो तब होगा जब ऑनलाइन पे कंट्रोल रहेगा।
तो पिछले 1 साल में जो है धंधा कैसा रहा है, मुझे ऑनेस्टली बताइए, बढ़ा है, घटा है?
मार्जिन इस समय नहीं है और मार्केट भी स्लम है, मार्केट में कोई बिजनेस नहीं है, बिजनेस नहीं है। कभी हम तो ये सोचते हैं दिवाली होगी तो बिजनेस चलेगा, काम होगा, दिवाली खत्म हो जाती है फिर बिजनेस खत्म हो जाता है। 2 दिन हुआ, अगर हफ्ते में 1 दिन बिजनेस हो गया तो उससे दुकानदारी खर्चे और वो नहीं निकलते।
जी, तो ऐसा क्यों लगता है आपको?
पिछला पूरा साल जो है वो डिस्टर्ब ही रहा। मतलब मार्केट में वो बात नहीं थी जैसे दुकानदार चाह रहे थे, तो बहुत स्लो रहा। उसके कई कारण थे। एक तो पिछले साल जो है शादियां वगैरह बहुत कम थी, तो वो भी एक कारण था। लेकिन इतना स्लम्प जो ये पिछला साल गया है वैसा कभी नहीं रहा। मतलब हाँ, काम था ही नहीं मार्केट में।
थोड़ा हल्का ही है आजकल।
हल्का है। और क्यों आपको लगता है ऐसा हल्का क्यों है?
बदलाव आ रहा है, लोगों के स्वाद में बदलाव आ रहा है।
जैसे दुकानदार जो है, शॉपकीपर ये एक्सपेक्ट करेगा कि कोई सब्सिडी वगैरह मिले, किसी तरह राहत मिले दुकानदार को कि कुछ कमा सके। बाकी ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। थ्रू आउट द ईयर, लास्ट ईयर इट वाज वेरी गुड, बिजनेस वाज ऑल राइट एंड सम मार्जिन वाज देयर आल्सो। पर ये है कि विद द टाइम एज इट गोज ऑन, तो बंदे को कुछ ना कुछ तो चाहिए होता है ना। सब कुछ ये नहीं कर दो कि मेरे लिए सब आपने करना है, अपने लिए आपने कुछ नहीं करना। आपको अगर कुछ चाहिए तो मेरे पास आके मांगो तो आपको मिलेगा, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए।
ऊपर तो नहीं गया, नीचे गया, पता ही नहीं चल रहा, कस्टमर ही नहीं मार्केट में। अगर है भी तो फिर अगर मान लीजिए कोई भी चीज़ हम 100 रुपये की बेचते हैं तो वो उसको 20 रुपये में चाहिए वो चीज़। लोगों के पास सर रोजगार नहीं है, सच्चाई है कि रोजगार नहीं है, पैसा नहीं। सर रोजगार होगा तो पैसा होगा, रोजगार नहीं तो पैसा नहीं है।
काम धंधा ही नहीं है, सारे पढ़े लिखो बेकार हो रहे हैं। 2 लाख करोड़ नौकरियां थी, आज तक नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है, सब बेरोजगार है। जो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर बैठे हैं बिल्कुल बेकार, वेस्ट। कुछ लोगों के लिए करें, आम आदमी के लिए करें। जब आम आदमी पैसा आएगा तब तो पैसा जेब में आएगा। ये तो मेरे शेरवानी खरीदेंगे, ये तो मुझे कोट खरीदेंगे, पैसा होगा, पैसा ही नहीं।
इसलिए ओवरऑल धंधा तो ऊपर ही गया है, क्योंकि जब से नंबर 1 में काम हुआ है तो काम बढ़िया ही चल रहा है। बस है यहीं तक कांस्टेंट रखें और थोड़ी महंगाई ना बढ़ाएं। जैसे इन्होंने अब 5 करोड़ से ऊपर जो सेल है उस पर लगा दिया है कि बिल काटना है। अब वो 2 करोड़ पे ले आएंगे, 1 करोड़ पे ले आएंगे, उससे दिक्कतें थोड़ी बढ़ जाएंगी। 5 करोड़ भी सफिशिएंट अमाउंट है एक तरीके से, उसके ज़्यादा नहीं करें ज़्यादा।
Definitely the online platform has to be controlled. The kind of discounts that they offer, the general market people, the general traders don't offer. But I'm very surprised that the government is not even checking on the fake online things being developed, being supplied by the people. That is a very alarming thing. Secondly, we definitely want that the more and more money, more infrastructure. Incidentally, Delhi, because of the problem between both the governments, infrastructure development is not happening, in which the money is not being spent by the government.
So हमारा तो एक ही एंगल है कि टैक्सेशन बहुत हाई है। GST 3% है गोल्ड पे, जो कि पहले 1% होता था वैट में। एंड पहले कस्टम्स ड्यूटी वाजपेयी जी के टाइम में अगर मैं कंपेयर करूँ तो 6% थी गोल्ड पे, जो आज 15% है। सो 15 और 3 18% ऑन अ प्रेशियस कमोडिटी लाइक गोल्ड इज़ टू मच। एंड यही है। एंड प्लस कॉम्प्लिकेशंस बहुत हैं। GST इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, ज़रा सा भी आपसे कोई चूक छूट जाए सीधा 10,000 की पेनल्टी। रिफ़ंड आता नहीं है GST में, रिफ़ंड कभी नहीं मिलता सरकार की तरफ से। आपका एक्स्ट्रा पैसा जमा हो गया, मेरा 5-6 लाख पड़ा है, वो पड़ा ही है, कभी रिफ़ंड एडजस्ट होगा तो होगा। तो वर्किंग कैपिटल की थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है इसके कारण।
Simplification of GST compliance, regulation of online platforms, and more money in the hands of people are the prime demands from the trade and the business community in Chandni Chowk. This is all from this episode of Decoding Budget with Mint. We shall keep coming to the streets and continuing our conversations with important stakeholders for the budget. See you soon on the next episode. Shab bakhair.
Increase in savings and their productive use leads to higher economic growth. The households are the main contributors to the savings. Therefore, to encourage domestic investments in long-term savings, I propose to increase the investment limit under Section 80C to all income taxpayers from rupees 1 lakh to rupees 1.5 lakhs. Madam, this is no secret that the major slippage in the last decade has been on the infrastructure front. Our infrastructure does not match our growth ambitions. There is a pressing need to increase public investment. I have therefore increased outlays on both roads and gross budgetary support to the railways by 14,031 and rupees 10,050 crores respectively. The capex of public sector units is expected to be 3,17,889 crores, an increase of approximately 80,844 crores over last year. In fact, all told, investment in infrastructure will go up by 70,000 crores in the year 15-16 over 14-15 from the Centre's fund and resources of the CPSEs. We are grateful to our farmers for being the backbone of the country's food security. We need to think beyond food security and give back to our farmers a sense of income security. Government will therefore reorient its interventions in the farm and non-farm sector to double the income of farmers by 2022. Our total allocation on agriculture and farmers' welfare is rupees 35,984 crores. Political parties continue to receive most of their funds through anonymous donations, which are shown in cash. An effort therefore requires to be made to cleanse the system of political funding in India. Donors have also expressed reluctance in donating by check and other transparent methods, as it would disclose their identity and entail adverse consequences. I therefore propose the following system as an effort to cleanse the system of funding of political parties. A. In accordance with the suggestion made by the Election Commission, the maximum amount of cash donation that a political party can receive will be 2,000 from any one source. B. Political parties will be entitled to receive political parties will be entitled to receive donations by check or in the digital mode from their donors. C. As an additional step, an amendment is being proposed to the Reserve Bank of India Act to enable the issuance of electoral bonds in accordance with a scheme that the Government of India would frame in this regard. हमारे दल के घोषणा पत्र में ये संकल्प है कि कृषि को लाभकारी बनाने के लिए किसान भाइयों को उनकी लागत, उत्पादन की लागत से कम 50% से अधिक अर्थात लागत से 1.5 गुना दाम मिले। सरकार इस संकल्प के प्रति संवेदनशील रही है। रबी की अधिकांश अधिघोषित फसलों का न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य लागत से कम 1.5 गुना तय किया जा चुका है। अब हम बची हुई अधिघोषित फसलों के लिए भी इस संकल्प को एक सिद्धांत की तरह लागू करने का फैसला लिया है।
In view of the rising income levels, those in the highest income brackets need to contribute more to the nation's development. I therefore propose to enhance the surcharge on individuals having taxable income from 2 crore to 5 crores and 5 crore and above, so that effective tax rates for these two categories will increase by around 3% and 7% respectively. The Income Tax Act is riddled with various exemptions and deductions which make compliance by the taxpayer and administration of Income Tax Act by the tax authorities a burdensome process. It is almost impossible for a taxpayer to comply with income tax law without taking the help from professionals. In order to provide significant relief to the individual taxpayers and to simplify the income tax law, I propose to bring a new simplified personal income tax regime wherein income tax rates will be significantly reduced for the individual taxpayers who forego certain deductions and exemptions. For 21-22, I propose a sharp increase in capital expenditure and thus have provided 5.54 lakh crores, which is 34.5% more than the BE of 2020-2021. Over and above this expenditure, we would also be providing more than 2 lakh crores to states and autonomous bodies for their capital expenditure. This budget continues to...
Hi, you're watching Hindustan Times. I'm Aditi Prasad, and this is our non-stop budget coverage. Over the last couple of hours, you've been seeing our budget roundtables, where experts have weighed in on exactly what to expect from Nirmala Sitharaman's budget, her sixth budget in a row, mind you, and also in terms of what are the challenges she faces. In a few minutes from now, the finance minister will present her final budget for the Modi 2.0 government. It's an election year, so this one will be an interim budget, or what we also know as a vote on account. Put simply, what is the vote on account? It is where the outgoing government seeks interim permission from the parliament to withdraw funds for essential government expenditure till the elections are held. Now, a full financial year budget will be presented by the government, which comes to power after the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. That is likely sometime in June. But that does not mean that expectations from the budget are not high. Like every year, people are looking out for relief for the common man, the middle class, farmers, Nari Shakti, as well as the industry. The salaried class is looking for income tax slab changes, new income tax regime tweaks, and increases in standard deduction and Section 80C limits. There are also expectations what the Modi government will continue its capital expenditure push on key infrastructure sectors such as roadways and railways. Now, I'm joined by Anil Dua, former Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, Government of India, Dr. Jayjeet Bhattacharya, founder and president, Center for Digital Economy Policy Research, and founder and CEO of the fintech startup Zeron Microsystems, and Abhishek A. Rastogi, partner at Khaitan and Company, is also with us. So I'm going to dive straight in and ask the most pertinent question, that general elections are barely 2 months away. Not just that, 7 state elections also. Will Sitharaman go down the path of populism? And I ask this to you, Abhishek, to start with.
So I think as far as the tax collections are concerned, she will have a bigger pocket to spend, which means that some of these populist announcements may happen, and these could be with respect to the direct benefit transfer scheme, and the number could go up from 6,000 to maybe about 9,000. That will be one of the populist measure which will be taken. At the same time, there will be certain swings in customs duty with the endeavor to enhance manufacturing in India. But would that mean reduction in inflation? Would that mean impact on the middle class income groups will have to be seen. What I think keenly is being also watched, will there be any announcements with respect to the new schemes under income tax, the new tax slabs under the income tax, or new structural and policy roadmap for income tax which may be announced, which may, of course, lead to some sort of benefits as far as the income tax in the middle class income group is concerned. I think at the back of her mind will also be to increase the purchasing power capacity of the middle income group so that more spending can happen and more circulation of money in the economy can happen, which will also in a way lead to more GST collections on these consumptions which will happen by the middle class. At the same time, what we feel is that from both from the consumer perspective and from the perspective of the companies, the rate rationalization of GST happens. We know for a fact that any changes with respect to GST would be done by the GST Council, but at least the announcements with respect to rate rationalization must happen today so that the classification dispute of 12% and 18% is addressed, and perhaps 18% is a slightly higher rate when it comes to the indirect tax on the consumptions. So that could come down to possibly 15%, which means that 80% of the products would come to about 15%.
I hear you, and those are visuals on your screen, viewers, of Nirmala Sitharam. If last year she was in a red sari with the tablet, this year it's a blue sari with the tablet. Lots of interest, media interest in, earlier the cameras were tracking her right from when she exited her house to go into the Ministry of Finance, and of course later in Parliament, and that's the red, bag in which she's probably holding her tablet, and it's on the tablet now. Earlier there were papers and now it's a tablet, and that gives us a sense of the digital economy that we are sort of we've been exposed to. We are moving, we're not moving towards, we're already in that digital economy. And Jayjeet Bhattacharya, at this point, let me just ask you, what are the expectations as far as the digital economy boost is concerned from the finance minister's interim budget? No big announcements, because this is, as we said, just a vote on account. And Nirmala Sitharam herself has indicated that don't expect any fireworks, don't expect any big blockbuster announcements. But if we go by the previous interim budget, which was 2019, presented by Piyush Goyal at that time, the then finance minister, then also it was an interim budget, and he launched the Kisan Yojana, and where money was deposited into the bank accounts of the Kisans, and that is a huge, went on to become one of the flagship programs of the Modi government.
Clearly this budget is for 3 months, and it's for the period of April, May, June, by which time the next regime should be coming in. And therefore, anything that is needed, the government expenditure that's needed for those 3 months is what this particular budget, or vote on account as it's called, will be focusing on. Now, in terms of digital, one of the threats that's already been covered in the economic survey, or the review that came out, was about AI. And every month is critical for India from an AI perspective, because the more we fall behind, the more it will be difficult for us to catch up. And therefore, I do expect that, or I hope that the vote on account does capture something around AI. It's a very expensive proposition. Of course, there's a lot of support coming for startups, and the government itself is pushing with its own initiative of Bhashini. And those budgetary support for Bhashini will hopefully continue. And that infrastructure will be made available to the larger public. So clearly there will be, I hope there will be some focus on digital and specifically on AI in this budget. But also at a larger point that you mentioned, even in 2019, it was not a very overtly populist budget, and that was also an election year. So what we expect is the focus will continue to be on really the vulnerable sections in the society, and not very large-scale populist measures. So if the farmers are going to get impacted because of inflation, because of climate change, and so on, then I do expect support for farmers. I do expect support for the absolutely vulnerable sections of this of the society. I think further support for women, which are usually being done in every single budget. So will there be a large populist declaration? I don't think that will happen, going by precedents that in 2019 also that did not happen. Having said that, one of the key points I would like to bring up is that because of the disruptions in global supply chain, a lot of exports of countries such as China, Korea, and so on have got disrupted, and they are treating India as a dumping ground. And I hope that this vote on account at least takes into cognizance that there needs to be a rapid response from India in terms of safeguarding Indian industries. And it is not to be confused with protectionism. Safeguarding is where there's an assault in the Indian industry, and I can name, industry after industry which is getting impacted. There is isopropyl alcohol, which is almost a backbone of chemical industry. There is PVC suspension, even in critical minerals. Ferromolybdenum is getting impacted very, very significantly, and so on. It's a long list. So I hope that this budget starts focusing on safeguarding our industry while also attempting to support new industries such as AI coming up. And also trying to manage the fallout of AI, because that is, as already demonstrated in the last few months, is leading to large number of jobs getting impacted globally, and the same will happen in India.
I am going to take up those two things that you spoke about. Number one was safeguarding the industry, and in that respect, obviously there is the entire PLI scheme that we looking. There is a great expectation that the PLI scheme is going to be extended. I think it expires very soon. It was for a 3-year period, but. Let me come to Mr. Dua. Thank you for joining us, sir. Ajay Dua joins us. And Ajay, your first thoughts, Mr. Dua, about, it's an interim budget, no big blockbuster announcements, the finance minister has already indicated. But do you see an opportunity for the government to underscore its achievements of the last years, especially coming out of the pandemic?
Thank you for having me on your show. I'm quite sure that while the government is fully cognizant of the fact that it's an interim budget, that's been Finance Minister herself when she said that don't expect fireworks, she meant that. But this is not a government, if I might say, or even on a television channel, which is not likely to return. So, knowing that for themselves, they are going to be taking a view of things which is beyond the first quarter of the year, as was apprehended by the previous speaker, Dr. Bhattacharya. I think going forward, they are going to be, while the budget, a new fresh budget will definitely come in July, which it has to, the government is going to be taking somewhat a longer term view, and in that they are going to be carried to a large extent with the fact that the policies which they followed have stood them in good stead. If India can become the fastest growing, largest economy, what global situation apart, etc., then let's recognize the fact that a 7% rate of growth, if we record this year, which is which is fairly likely, and a 6.5% next year, despite the geopolitical situation of shipping, situation in Ukraine, etc., that itself is going to be commendable. So the changes brought in the recent past, I think they will all be provided for, because we should not be expecting, and that includes the scheme which you just mentioned, the PLI scheme. PLI scheme would continue, and it would receive the necessary extensions as and when due to it. If anything, you would see it nuanced in the light of the experience, that where are the constraints, how can those be removed, because by and large, my assessment is that the PLI scheme has done well. Second was an issue which you, I think, alluded to, and you left it on the table, is the question of protectionism, which was talked about, and saying that we need to safeguard ourselves. Undoubtedly, we cannot be a victim of anybody else's fortune or misfortune. If China is worried about its exports, it would try all the tricks of the trade, particularly because China has not been able to succeed in reviving the domestic consumption in the economy. So it will come back to what is a time-tested way out for it, which is kind of push your exports, and we would need to take adequate measures, and the WTO rules do allow it. Every country does it. That in case you are facing dumping There are the anti-dumping rules, fully recognized, etc. If any of these have to be strengthened, implemented by all means, but those can be done even outside the budget. And usually, as we know, that while the budget is an opportunity to do this work, but we also, in order to react quickly rather than wait for the budgetary provisions, etc., play around with our import-export duties and other kinds of, you know, other
Right.
kinds of protectionism measures. Finally, I would say that the government is likely to make use of the fact that, and the experience it has is of state elections, very recent ones, as well as the ones conducted about a year and a half ago, saying that there is need for addressing the concerns of the people, the voting people, and in that I put it, come back to it. One, the farming community, and second, the other people in the rural areas. Second, youth in general. There is a issue of employment rising for them. And finally, I
Right.
think women have been very active voters. And we have seen in the provincial elections and going forward, if something more can be done for all these
You
three
know,
sections,
and
the
that
process
and that
can be.
and right,
Sorry.
sir, and that makes for a very very comprehensive opening remarks from you. But broadly, I'd like to touch upon the one key thing that you talked about was inflation, unemployment, and this actually the Cantor survey, which was released, I think, a couple of a few days ago, ahead of the interim budget, that also highlighted how the a uh, inflation, as well as rising prices, as well as fear of layoffs, fear of losing jobs. That seems to be reigning supreme, and people are very worried about that. And I'm talking about perception, public sentiment. And Jayajit, I'd like to come to you there. What is your assessment of how is the finance minister going to tackle these key issues, of joblessness, of unemployment, possible unemployment, and that ties in with your entire AI challenge points that you also spoke about, because most of our economy a large percentage of our economy is depending on the digital industry on, and that is where the AI challenge is posing a huge challenge as far as a fear of layoffs is concerned, although that's not proven yet, but it's still there.
I think those are very critical issues that you laid out, because if you look at on paper, we are doing extremely well as an economy. And if you look at the numbers, the budgets for this financial year was 27 lakh crore of collections to happen. We have already crossed the expectations of indirect tax collection. In fact, we crossed 16 lakh crore of indirect tax collection in Jan. Overall we'll cross the 45 lakh crore of receipts that we were expecting, including the debt. But the challenges are underlying that, which is the issues that you mentioned about jobs to be created. We have struggled for last 20 years to really create a large number of jobs, and it hasn't happened. Many reports say that we need to have at least 8 million jobs created year after year. We are barely being able to create 1.5 million jobs. Obviously, programs like Startup India has made a significant difference, but that is also now sputtering given technological challenges such as AI coming in, which I've been calling as extreme automation. Because what has been happening till now is that whenever a new technology has come in, it has destroyed jobs, but eventually it has ended up creating more jobs. For example, when taxis came into Delhi, the Tongawalas went on strike saying, they cannot allow taxis to come in. But now look at the number of jobs that taxis have created. However, AI is turning out to be a very different kind of an automation, and therefore the term extreme automation, where the speed at which it will destroy jobs and the range of jobs it will destroy, right from low-level jobs to high-end jobs, it will be very, very difficult for the government to respond to it at that speed and for the economy to respond to it at that speed. And therefore, conversations such as the Universal Basic Income or UBI that was being called needs to come back into action. How do we make sure that demand does not collapse at the bottom of the pyramid or even at the top of the pyramid for that matter? We have seen big techs firing large number of people in the last few months, and that is just the tip of the iceberg. It just started. We'll see more and more companies following greater adoption of AI, and therefore a larger number of people getting unemployed. Are there alternative jobs getting created? Is AI able to create more jobs? The industry able to create more jobs? Unfortunately, not, because AI itself is being used to create more AI. So jobs like annotation, vectorization of data, and so on, which requires a lot of people, AI itself is coming in and doing that job. So we are going to face a very significant challenge. I don't think that this budget is going to address that issue, but it's a much more deeper policy discussion that needs to happen, and it's not just a once-a-year discussion. It has to be monitored on a month-on-month basis to see how AI is penetrating the society. And the march of technology cannot be stopped by government or by anybody. So the policy hopefully should not focus on saying AI will not be allowed here or AI will not be allowed there, but on how to create other meaningful jobs which help the society, for example, in education, in healthcare, and so on and so forth.
Okay, Mr. Dua, do you believe that there is sufficient legroom for Nirmala Sitharam, given that our fiscal deficit is narrowing and seems to be within control right now? Do you think there's enough legroom for her to continue to focus on social sector schemes, as you were pointing out, that it's being an election year, those are likely to be there, and also reach out to the poorer sections with better outreach in terms of better reach of their flagship schemes?
I'm optimistic about that for two reasons. One, despite a fairly high capex by the government during the year, even post COVID, our fiscal deficit this year is likely to be, as economic survey also pointed out, not more than 5.9%, which is in line with the projections made by the government that by next year, 2025, it should come down to 4.5, which for two reasons shouldn't cause us too much of concern. Number one, our tax buoyancy has demonstrated itself very well, be it the direct taxes or even the indirect by way of GST and revenues which are shared with the state governments. Number two, the rate of growth of the economy itself. If we are going to be able to grow by 7.3% this year and 6.5% next year, despite the challenges which have been enumerated, I would think that the finding the requisite funds to not just merely continue, even to augment the provisions is well possible, but certainly you will have to be prudent. You would have to make sure that there is direct transfer of benefits. It doesn't get pilfered on the way. And that is where I think we may not be able to shift to a universal basic income scheme, which was referred to. But constituents of it, yes, by and large, and that could include the schemes which benefit these three sections: women, youth, and the rural areas.
You talked about fiscal deficit, but she will have to strike a balance. You talked about that, yes, there are more populist measures, especially given what many, the problem of the K-shaped recovery. I want your views on this entire, conversation about the K-shaped recovery, which the government says there's no K-shaped recovery, but a lot of economists seem to think there is. And that is largely due to the weak demand, the weak consumption in rural areas. Do you sort of, what's your view on this entire controversy?
I think there was a very genuine concern about a K-shaped recovery, particularly uh, till about a year and a half ago. But I think since then, things have changed a bit. The rural demand has improved certainly, but it may not have come back to the buoyancy of what it used to be before the COVID years. So there is, you look at data of or the results of any FMCG company, uh, and a lot of these 9 monthly reports are now started coming in. They're all showing a degree of recovery compared to the even the first quarter of this year. That the second and the third quarters have not, or
Yeah.
the 9 monthly results have not been too bad. That's number one. And I sit on one such FMCG company which finalized its results only yesterday, where we had a comparative sheet of
So
all
it's
the
not so bad. It's
it's
not so
not so
bad, you're
bad.
saying.
Number one, if it is bad, then the companies would not be able to pass on the increased raw material costs, etc., to the customers. But almost all the FMCG companies are also high, pushing their prices or pushing the consumer prices gradually up, which is again a sign saying yes, there is affordability and it's not going to be affecting our sales, our volume of sales. That's number one. Number two, I think the expenditure in rural areas, if you start looking at it, has gone up to some extent. It may not be adequately, and there you have to look at the capital expenditure which has been taking place in the road sectors and to an extent in the railways also. After all, the unskilled labor which is required, a lot of this comes from the areas where these linear transportation infrastructure is coming up. So while we need to strengthen the provisions for the Manrega scheme, certainly, but this is not shouldn't be at the cost of the higher capital cost which is being incurred largely by government. Let me just end this portion by pointing one observation that the economic survey points it out as well, that the capex now is back to 34.9% of the GDP, one of the highest. We have reached 36% once I am aware of that fact, but a 3% increase by capex over 1 year and largely by the government expenditures shows that there is room for fiscal adjustment, that there is room for government to be taking up such schemes, etc., without unduly stressing the fiscal deficit.
But isn't that a little scary also? Because while the government has been pushing on capex and trying to not just in urban areas but also in rural areas, do you see because the private sector is not, we don't see the similar participation from the private sector as far as that is concerned, and that I think the finance minister herself has pointed out at several industry forums too.
I think you're absolutely right on that. And the finance minister's concern, which you alluded to, yes, the private sector now has to put in more money. Capacity utilization, which was earlier a concern for them, saying that's below 670%. So we don't start looking at capex unless we cross a particular threshold. Varies from industry to industry, but by and large, above 75% or so. They now that the government has shown the way and there is affordability there, purchasing power there. So the capex by the private sector must start coming in. If the and PLI scheme is one such scheme which can incentivize, but I think the government may like to look at that the capex for bringing more capex two ways: one, domestic industry investing; second, getting more of foreign capital to come in. And now that it is a China plus one
Hmm.
arrangement around the world, I think India, by remaining ahead, particularly of its peers in Southeast Asia, Southeast Asia, certainly given its own market size and the fact that there is an increasing confidence in India, Indian economy, Indian political stability, etc.
But we're still very far away from becoming a manufacturing destination, despite the PLI scheme, despite the China plus
No
one
doubt,
outlook.
I'm totally in agreement with you, but this is going to happen gradually. We can, by being more kind of receptive and more welcoming of private investment, the supply chains which new supply or which are being developed, as a first step, we have to become uh, critical partners of these supply chains. And the world has realized that you cannot depend upon, it's too risky to be dependent
Okay.
upon just
Okay.
one.
Let me bring in K.E. Raghunathan, the National Chairman Association of Indian Entrepreneurs. He's joining us. Thank you for joining us, sir. My big opening question to you, and we're just 15 minutes away from the speech, so I want to talk to you a little bit and then go back to what is of interest to our viewers, which is what can we expect as far as personal income tax is concerned, and that is of course a big draw for most of our viewers. And my question to you is on startups, because 2023 has been a very difficult year for startups, and especially with Byju's and Paytm last night, specifically, um, things aren't looking very good in the near future also. So what do you think the government should be doing to sort of get the Indian startup sector back on track, because that has been sort of lagging behind?
Thank you, Aditi. My concerns are too many. Okay, let's put some facts on the ground. Yesterday, 10,000 people from India have been sent to Israel on job. This is the biggest concern because it is likely to lead up to 1 lakh. Everybody knows what's going on in Israel, and if the people from India are going to go to Israel to survive, that means they are risking even their life. Where does their opportunity in India was lost? The opportunity of their working in India was lost because of the micro, small, and trading community. Startup is part of this segment. Now, that's the biggest concern. The second concern is the outstanding liability or a loan. The union government runs with 1,70,000 crores of debt. All the state governments runs with the debt component to run their government, deficit. All the individual families run with deficit budgets. Where do we survive? What is the push to the end? This is the biggest concern. Now, when you come to the startup, almost 90% of the startups are not able to take off the ground. Angel tax has killed many of the investors coming into the startup. Those who were overvalued like a balloon are busting. There are two biggest startups which we heard in the last few years, growth stories. One was Byju. The second one was the Paytm. Paytm was onslaught yesterday. Byju has been crushing every day. The valuation is going down. The retrenchment is going on. Whole thing around us seems to be built out of cards, pack of cards. Somewhere you hit it, everything will collapse. This is the real growth. This is the biggest concern for me. A 0.3% of the population of India is contributing to 70% of the revenue of the country. The corporate sectors are crying with the margins. The lower sector of the people are crying with the inflations. Neither you can reduce the price nor you can increase the price. You are caught in a situation where it's like a balloon. You squeeze one side, it swells on the other side. And yesterday, the economic survey should have been released. Economic survey is got nothing to do with political inclinations, political elections, and things like that, because it is a scanning report of the state of economy in India. What is the use of releasing
It's going to be released after the election, sir.
No. They have clarified that it will not be read today. It will be the economic survey report will come only after the when the revised budget comes up after the election.
Yeah, so which is after the election. Which is after the elections.
Exactly. So what is the point? You go to a scanning center and you get your report after 3 months? How is that you are making corrections? Today the economy is going through a toughest phase. The lowest out of 14 months period is the core sector index. The manufacturing index is falling. The jobless and job reduction is falling. The biggest sector.
So what measures do you think? Do you think that the finance minister will announce measures to rein in? Yes, you're right that that there is IIP's fall, that industry is right now at a very, but there's some industries which are not doing well, some are doing relatively well, and there's this whole conversation about this K-shaped recovery. So what do you think that the finance minister should be doing to address these concerns in the budget?
Well, in my opinion, she is left with limited resources at her disposal in terms of allocation. Because point number one, last year itself, 10.8 lakhs crore went on for interest burden. Then you have 2 lakhs crores on food subsidy. Then you have 1.75 lakh crore on fertilizer subsidy. Then you have tax administration and the defense budget. This alone takes away 60%. You are left with very minimal for the progress of the society, and in which the demands of everybody has increased. It is like you have an ICU.
But if capital expenditure is increasing, like we know it is, and they've actually meeting targets on capital expenditure and building infrastructure, then how is it that nation building or needs of the society are not being met? And especially given that you already talked about the allocations for food subsidies, etc. So the poorest of poor being taken care of, and on one hand, and on the other hand, infrastructure being built. In fact, it's the private sector which is not coming forward and participating. That is what I've understood so far. So please correct me if I'm wrong.
Aditi, you are now confirming that building a highway, building an airport, or building a seaport will kindle more and more revenue in the hands of the individuals as well as the micro, small, medium sectors. Is that right? Asking you.
Yes, because better infrastructure leads to better investment and therefore more foreign investment also.
So foreign investment come and use the people here and then make the profit and then take away the profit from the country. So
there is a PLI scheme which has been put forward for that. So I'm just asking for some concrete suggestions you have for the finance minister, sir, that what is it that she can do?
Simple logic. Yeah. The need of the hour is to build the micro and small enterprises. The need of the hour is to nurture startup enterprises. To this, what is required is create a separate banking system for funding these three sectors, where the regular banking norms of lending should not be there, because the startup unit will not be able to predict the next 5-year projection. So he has to be accommodated in a different way. And this is necessary with a different classification on NPA for that matter. You can't give him the same 90 days non-payment as an NPA classification for a startup industry or for even a micro industry. Micro industry largely depends upon the payment outstanding from the bigger fellow. You have now brought a clause saying that beyond 45 days, the big industries have to pay the income tax and treat it as an income. But the question is, what is happening on the ground level is the big industries have now stopped giving orders to MSME. This is the reality. Because you wanted to save this fellow, but you wanted to extract more money. If you don't pay these fellows in time, then you pay me the damage. The government was more keen in collecting the income tax from them rather than redressing the problem. So we expect a higher allocation in promoting the startup enterprises in terms of abolishing the angel tax. The angel tax has been with multiple amount of frequent changes. So if investor in a startup enterprises is entirely different. Creation of a specialized bank, SIDBI is not a funding institution. SIDBI is only an assistant facilitating institution. We must have a lending institution for small, micro and startup enterprises whose appetite is less than 5 crores to 10 crores. And a separate norms must be withdrawn on that. The third one is in terms of job creation. You must be able to create a social security for these people because the gig economy has grown out of proportion in the last 3 years. And we haven't done anything for safeguarding their interest in the future. So the government must address all this.
Okay, got it. I hear you. And, the budget speech is going to start very, very shortly in a couple of seconds from now. In fact, because we're already at 10:59 a.m. And I'm going to tell my producers to put the parliament visuals on screen as soon as we have them of Nirmala Sitharam inside. In the meantime, the one big thing, and Abhishek, I want to come back to you, is about taxpayers and people like you and me. Taxes में क्या बढ़ोतरी होगी? I understand. Yeah. How will we benefit? Will our pockets become a little more relaxed after this budget? Chances are there. That's what we've been hearing from a lot of experts. Let's hear you weigh in, Mr. Rastogi.
In our
So you're
economy
a new.
today.
So, yeah. Now I can
As
hear
far as the consumption tax is concerned, the GST, that decision is taken by GST Council. But the roadmap could today be more clear in terms of the rationalization of the taxes, which is the 12 and the 18%. And if that tax is merged at possibly 15%, then I think a lot of problems could be solved, whether these are classification issues or whether these are some of the
Got you.
supplies being taxed at a much higher rate of 80%.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you and probably speak to you once the budget speech is over. I hope you'll be able to stay with us. You can watch the budget here with us if you like, unless you have other pressing engagements, and that goes for all the guests. But let's cut across Parliament.
Honorable Speaker, I present the interim budget for 24-25. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation in the last 10 years. The people of India are looking ahead to the future with hope and optimism. With the blessings of the people, when our government, under the visionary and dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, assumed office in 2014, the country was facing enormous challenges. With Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas as its mantra, the government overcame those challenges in right earnest. Structural reforms were undertaken. Pro-people programs were formulated and implemented promptly. Conditions were created for more opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. The economy got a new vigor. The fruits of development started reaching the people at scale. The country got a new sense of purpose and hope. Naturally, the people blessed the government with a bigger mandate. In the second term, our government, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, doubled down on its responsibilities to build a prosperous country with comprehensive development of all people and all regions. Our government strengthened its mantra to Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and Sabka Vishwas. Our development philosophy covered all elements of inclusivity, namely social inclusivity through coverage of all strata of the society, and geographical inclusivity through development of all regions of the country. With the whole of nation approach, of Sabka Prayas, the country overcame the challenges of once-in-a-century pandemic, took long strides towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, committed to Panch Pran, and laid solid foundations for the Amrit Kal. As a result, our young country has high aspirations, pride in its present, and hope and confidence for a bright future. We expect that our government, based on its stupendous work, will be blessed again by the people with a resounding mandate. Inclusive development and growth. Our humane and inclusive approach to development is a marked and deliberate departure from the earlier approach of provisioning up to village level. Development programs were thus provisioned. In the last 10 years, however, have targeted each and every household and individual through housing for all, Har Ghar Jal, electricity for all, cooking gas for all, bank accounts and financial services for all in record time. The worries about food have been eliminated through free ration for 80 crore people. Minimum support prices for the produce of Annadata are periodically increased appropriately. These and the provision of basic necessities have enhanced real income in the rural areas. Their economic needs could be addressed, thus spurring growth and generating jobs. Social justice. Our government is working with an approach to development that is all-round, all-pervasive, and all-inclusive. Sarvangin, Sarvasparshi, or Sarvasamaveshi. It covers all castes and people at all levels. We are working to make India a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. For achieving that goal, we need to improve people's capability and empower them. Previously, social justice was mostly a political slogan. For our government, social justice is an effective and necessary governance model. The saturation approach of covering all eligible people is the true and comprehensive achievement of social justice. This is secularism in action, reduces corruption, and prevents nepotism, prevents Bhai Bhatijawad. There is transparency and assurance that benefits are delivered to all eligible people. The resources are distributed fairly. All, regardless of their social standing, get access to opportunities. We are addressing systemic inequalities that had plagued our society. We focus on outcomes and not on outlays so that the social economic transformation is achieved. As our Prime Minister firmly believes, we need to focus on 4 major castes. They are Garib, Mahilayeं, Yuva, and Annadata. Their needs, their aspirations, and their welfare are our highest priority. The country progresses when they progress. All 4 require and receive government support in their quest to better their lives. Their empowerment and well-being will drive the country forward. Garib Kalyan, Desh Ka Kalyan. We believe in empowering the poor. The earlier approach of tackling poverty through entitlements had resulted in very modest outcomes. When the poor became empowered partners in the development process, government's power to assist them also increases manifold. With the pursuit of Sabka Saath, in these 10 years, the government has assisted 25 crore people to get freedom from multi-dimensional poverty. Our government's efforts are now getting synergized with energy and passion of such empowered people. This is truly elevating them from poverty. Direct benefit transfer of 34 lakh crore rupees from the government using PM Jan Dhan accounts has led to savings of 2.7 lakh crores of rupees for the government. This savings has been realized through avoidance of leakages prevalent earlier. The savings have helped in providing more funds for Garib Kalyan. PM Swanidhi has provided credit assistance to 78 lakh street vendors. From that total of 78 lakh street vendors, 2.3 lakh have received credit for the third time. PM Janman Yojana reaches out to the particularly vulnerable tribal groups who have remained outside the realm of development so far. PM Vishwakarma Yojana provides end-to-end support to artisans and craftspeople engaged in 18 trades. The schemes for empowerment of Divyangs and transgender persons reflect firm resolve of our government to leave no one behind. Welfare of Annadata. Farmers are our Annadata. Every year under PM Kisan Samman Yojana, direct financial assistance is provided to 11.8 crore farmers, including marginal and small farmers. Crop insurance is given to 4 crore farmers under PM Fasal Bima Yojana. These, besides several other programs, are assisting Annadata in producing food for the country and for the world. Electronic National Agricultural Market has integrated 1,361 mandis and is providing services to 1.8 crore farmers with trading volume of 3 lakh crores of rupees. The sector is poised for inclusive, balanced, higher growth and productivity. These are facilitated from farmer-centric policies, income support, coverage of risks through price and insurance support, promotion of technologies and innovations through startups. Empowering the Amrit PD, the Yuva. Our prosperity depends on adequately equipping and empowering the youth. The National Education Policy 2020 is ushering the transformational reforms. PM Schools for Rising India, PM Shri, are delivering quality teaching and nurturing holistic and well-rounded individuals. The Skill India mission has trained 1.4 crore youth, upskilled and reskilled 54 lakh youth, and established 3,000 new ITIs. A large number of institutions of higher learning, namely 7 IITs, 16 triple ITs, 7 IIMs, 15 AIMS, and 390 universities have been set up. PM Mudra Yojana has sanctioned 43 crore loans aggregating to 22.5 lakh crores of rupees for entrepreneurial aspirations of our youth. Besides that, Fund of Funds, Startup India, and Startup Credit Guarantee schemes are assisting our youth. They are also becoming Rozgar Data. The country is proud of our youth scaling new heights in sports. The highest ever medal tally in Asian Games and Asian Para Games in 2023 reflects a high confidence level. Chess prodigy and our #1 ranked player Pragyananda put up a stiff fight against the reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen in 2023. Today, India has over 80 chess grandmasters compared to little over 20 in 2010. Momentum for Nari Shakti, the empowerment of women through entrepreneurship, ease of living, and dignity for them has gained momentum in these 10 years. 30 crore Mudra Yojana loans have been given to women entrepreneurs. Female enrollment in higher education has gone up by 28% in 10 years. In STEM courses, girls and women constitute 43% of enrollment, one of the highest in the world. All these measures are getting reflected in the increasing participation of women in workforce. Making triple talaq illegal, reservation of 1/3 seats for women in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women as sole or joint owners have enhanced their dignity. Exemplary track record of governance, development, and performance. Besides delivering on high growth in terms of gross domestic product, the government is equally focused on a more comprehensive GDP, that is, governance, development, and performance. Our government has provided transparent, accountable, people-centric, and prompt trust-based administration with citizen first and minimum government, maximum governance approach. The impact of all-round development is discernible in all sectors. There is macroeconomic stability, including in the external sector. Investments are robust. The economy is doing well. People are living better and earning better, with even greater aspirations for future. Average real income of the people has increased by 50%. Inflation is moderate. People are getting empowered, equipped, and enabled to pursue their aspirations. There is effective and timely delivery of programs and of large projects. Economic management. The multi-pronged economic management over the past 10 years has complemented people-centric, inclusive development. Following are some of the major elements. 1. All forms of infrastructure, physical, digital, or social, are being built in record time. Number 2, all parts of the country are becoming active participants in economic growth. Number 3, digital public infrastructure, a new factor of production as if in the 21st century, is instrumental in formalization of the economy. Number 4, goods and services tax has enabled one nation, one market, one tax. Tax reforms have led to deepening and widening of tax base. Number 5, strengthening of the financial sector has helped in making savings, credit, and investments more efficient. Number 6, GIFT, IFSC, and the Unified Regulatory Authority, IFSCA, are creating a robust gateway for global capital and financial services for the economy. Number 7, proactive inflation management has helped keep inflation within the policy band. Now, the global context, Honorable Speaker, sir. Geopolitically, global affairs are becoming more complex and challenging with wars and conflicts. Globalization is being redefined with reshoring and friendshoring, disruption and fragmentation of supply chains, and competition for critical minerals and technologies. A new world order is emerging after the COVID pandemic. India assumed the G20 presidency during very difficult times for the world. The global economy was going through high inflation, high interest rates, low growth, very high public debt, low trade growth, and climate changes. The pandemic has led to a crisis of food, fertilizer, fuel, and finances for the world, while India successfully navigated its way. The country showed the way forward and built consensus on solutions for those global problems. The recently announced India-Middle East-Europe economic corridor is a strategic and economic game changer for India and others. In the words of Honorable Prime Minister, the corridor, and I quote, will become the basis of world trade for hundreds of years to come, and history will remember that this corridor was initiated on Indian soil, unquote. Vision for Vikasit Bharat. Our vision for Vikasit Bharat is that of prosperous Bharat in harmony with nature, with modern infrastructure, and providing opportunities for all citizens and all regions to reach their potential. With confidence arising from strong and exemplary track record of performance and progress, earning Sabka Vishwas, the next 5 years will be years of unprecedented development and golden moments to realize the dream of developed India by 2047. The trinity of demography, democracy, and diversity backed by Sabka Prayas has the potential to fulfill aspirations of every Indian. As Honorable Prime Minister in his Independence Day address to the nation mentioned, I quote, there is no dearth of opportunities, as many opportunities as we want. The country is capable of creating more opportunities. Sky is the limit, unquote. Strategy for Amrit Kal. Our government will adopt economic policies that foster and sustain growth, facilitate inclusive and sustainable development, improve productivity, create opportunities for all, help them enhance their capabilities, and contribute to generation of resources to power investments and fulfill aspirations. Guided by the principle, reform, perform, and transform, the government will take up next generation reforms and build consensus with the states and stakeholders for effective implementation. It is an important policy priority for our government to ensure timely and adequate finances, relevant technologies, and appropriate training for the micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, to grow and also compete globally. Orienting the regulatory environment to facilitate their growth will be an important element of this policy mix. Aligning with the Panchamrit goals, our government will facilitate sustaining high and more resource-efficient economic growth. This will work towards energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. For meeting the investment needs, our government will prepare the financial sector in terms of size, capacity, skills, and regulatory framework. Aspirational Districts Program. Our government stands ready to assist the states in faster development of aspirational districts and blocks, including generation of ample economic opportunities. Development of the East. Our government will pay utmost attention to make the Eastern region and its people a powerful driver of India's growth. PM Awas Yojana Gramin. Despite the challenges due to COVID, implementation of PM Awas Yojana Gramin continued, and we are close to achieving the target of 3 crore houses. 2 crore more houses will be taken up in the next 5 years to meet the requirement arising from increase in the number of families. Rooftop solarization and Muft Bijli. Through rooftop solarization, 1 crore households will be enabled to obtain up to 300 units free electricity every month. This scheme follows the resolve of Honorable Prime Minister on the historic day of consecration of Sri Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Following benefits are expected. Savings up to 15 to 18,000 rupees annually for households from free solar electricity and selling the surplus to the distribution companies. Charging of electric vehicles. Entrepreneurship opportunities for a large number of vendors for supply and installation. Employment opportunities for the youth with technical skills in manufacturing, installation, and maintenance. Housing for middle class. Our government will launch a scheme to help deserving sections of the middle class, and I quote from Honorable Prime Minister's words, living in rented houses or slums or chawls and unauthorized colonies, unquote, to buy or build their own houses. Medical colleges. Several youth are ambitious to get qualified as doctors. They aim to serve our people through improved healthcare services. Our government plans to set up more medical colleges by utilizing the existing hospital infrastructure under various departments. A committee for this purpose will be set up to examine the issues and make relevant recommendations. Cervical cancer vaccination. Our government will encourage vaccination for girls in the age group of 9 to 14 years for prevention of cervical cancer. Maternal and child health care. Various schemes for maternal and child care will be brought under one comprehensive program for synergy in implementation. Upgradation of Anganwadi centers under Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 will be expedited for improved nutrition delivery, early childhood care, and development. The newly designed U-Win platform for managing immunization and intensified efforts of Mission Indradhanush will be rolled out expeditiously throughout the country. Ayushman Bharat. Healthcare cover under Ayushman Bharat scheme will be extended to all ASHA workers, to all Anganwadi workers and helpers. Agriculture and food processing. The efforts of value addition in agriculture sector and boosting farmers' incomes will be stepped up. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana has benefited 38 lakh farmers and generated 10 lakh employment. Pradhan Mantri Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises Yojana has assisted 2.4 lakh SHGs and 60,000 individuals with credit linkages. Other schemes are complementing the efforts for reducing post-harvest losses and improving productivity and incomes. For ensuring faster growth of the sector, our government will further promote private and public investment in post-harvest activities, including aggregation, modern storage, efficient supply chains, primary and secondary processing and marketing and branding. Nano DAP. After the successful adoption of nano urea, application of nano DAP on various crops will be expanded in all agroclimatic zones. Atmanirbhar Oil Seeds Abhiyan. Building on the initiative announced in 2022, a strategy will be formulated to achieve Atmanirbharta for oil seeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soya bean, and sunflower. This will cover research for high-yielding varieties, widespread adoption of modern farming techniques, market linkages, procurement, value addition, and crop insurance. Dairy development. A comprehensive program for supporting dairy farmers will be formulated. Efforts are already on to control foot and mouth disease. India is the world's largest milk producer with but with low productivity of milch animals. The program will be built on the success of existing schemes such as Rashtriya Gokul Mission, National Livestock Mission, and infrastructure development funds for dairy processing and animal husbandry. Matsya Sampada. It was our government which set up a separate department for fisheries, realizing democracy and diversity backed by Sabka Prayas has the potential to fulfill aspirations of every Indian. As Honorable Prime Minister in his Independence Day address to the nation mentioned, I quote, "There is no dearth of opportunities. As many opportunities as we want. The country is capable of creating more opportunities. Sky is the limit." Unquote. Strategy for Amrit Kal. Our government will adopt economic policies that foster and sustain growth, facilitate inclusive and sustainable development, improve productivity, create opportunities for all, help them enhance their capabilities, and contribute to generation of resources to power investments and fulfill aspirations. Guided by the principle, reform, perform, and transform, the government will take up next generation reforms and build consensus with the states and stakeholders for effective implementation. It is an important policy priority for our government to ensure timely and adequate finances, relevant technologies, and appropriate training for the micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, to grow and also compete globally. Orienting the regulatory environment to facilitate their growth will be an important element of this policy mix. Aligning with the Panchamrit goals, our government will facilitate sustaining high and more resource-efficient economic growth. This will work towards energy security, in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. For meeting the investment needs, our government will prepare the financial sector in terms of size, capacity, skills, and Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. Prime Minister Vajpayee, Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, made that Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan. Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan, and Jai Anusandhan, as innovation is the foundation of development. For our tech-savvy youth, this will be a golden era. A corpus of 1 lakh crore rupees will be established with 50-year interest-free loan provided. The corpus will provide long-term financing or refinancing with long tenors and low and or nil. I repeat that sentence. The corpus will provide long-term financing or refinancing with long tenors and low or nil interest rates. This will encourage the private sector to scale up research and innovation significantly in sunrise domains. We need to have programs that combine the powers of our youth and technology. A new scheme will be launched for strengthening deep tech technologies for defense purposes and expediting Atmanirbharta. Infrastructure development. Building on the massive tripling of the capital expenditure outlay in the past 4 years, resulting in huge multiplier impact on economic growth and employment creation, the outlay for the next year is being increased by 11.1% to 11,111 crore rupees. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Railways. 3 major railway corridor programs will be implemented. These are energy, mineral, and cement corridor. Number 2, port connectivity corridors. And number 3, high traffic density corridors. The projects have been identified under the PM Gati Shakti for enabling multimodal connectivity. They will improve logistics efficiency and reduce cost. The resultant decongestion of the high traffic corridors will also help in improving operations of passenger trains, resulting in safety and higher travel speed for passengers. Together with dedicated freight corridors, these 3 economic corridor programs will accelerate our GDP growth and reduce logistic costs. 40,000 normal rail bogies will be converted to Vande Bharat standards to enhance safety, convenience, and comfort of passengers. Aviation sector. The aviation sector has been galvanized in the past 10 years. Number of airports have doubled to 149. Rollout of air connectivity to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities under UDAN scheme has been widespread. 517 new routes are carrying 1.3 crore passengers. Indian carriers have proactively placed orders for over 1,000 new aircrafts. Expansion of existing airports and development of new airports will continue expeditiously. Metro and Namo Bharat. We have a fast expanding middle class and rapid urbanization is taking place. Metro rail and Namo Bharat can be the catalyst for the required urban transformation. Expansion of these systems will be supported in large cities, focusing on transit-oriented development. Green energy. Towards meeting our commitment for net zero by 2070, the following measures will be taken. Viability gap funding will be provided for harnessing offshore wind energy, potential for initial capacity of 1 gigawatt. Coal gasification and liquefaction capacity of 100 metric tons will be set up by 2030. This will also help in reducing imports of natural gas, methanol, and ammonia. Phased mandatory blending of compressed biogas in compressed natural gas for transport and piped natural gas for domestic purposes will be mandated. Financial assistance will be provided for procurement of biomass aggregation machinery to support collection. Electric vehicle ecosystem. Our government will expand this and strengthen the e-vehicle ecosystem by supporting manufacturing and charging infrastructure. Greater adoption of e-buses for public transport networks will be encouraged through payment security mechanism. Biomanufacturing and biofoundry. For promoting green growth, a new scheme of biomanufacturing and biofoundry will be launched. This will provide environment-friendly alternatives such as biodegradable polymers, bioplastics, biopharmaceuticals, and bioagri inputs. This scheme will also help in transforming today's consumptive manufacturing paradigm to the one based on regenerative principles. Blue Economy 2.0. For promoting climate resilient activities for Blue Economy 2.0, a scheme for restoration and adaptation measures and coastal aquaculture and mariculture with integrated and multi-sectoral approach will be launched. Comprehensive development of tourist centers. The success of organizing G20 meetings in 60 places presented diversity of India to global audience. Our economic strength has made the country an attractive destination for business and conference tourism. Our middle class also now aspires to travel and explore. Tourism, including spiritual tourism, has tremendous opportunities for local entrepreneurship. States will be encouraged to take up comprehensive development of iconic tourist centers, branding and marketing them at global scale. A framework for rating of the centers based on quality of facilities and services will be established. Long-term interest-free loans will be provided to states for financing such development on matching basis. To address the emerging fervor for domestic tourism, Honorable Speaker, sir, projects for port connectivity, tourism infrastructure, and amenities will be taken up on our islands, including Lakshadweep. This will help in generating employment also. Promoting investments. The FDI inflow during 2014 to 23 was $596 billion US, marking a golden era. That is twice the inflow during 2005 to 14. For encouraging sustained foreign investment, we are negotiating bilateral investment treaties with our foreign partners in the spirit of First Develop India. FDI is First Develop India. Reforms in the states for Vikasit Bharat. Many growth and development enabling reforms are needed in the states for realizing the vision of Vikasit Bharat. A provision of 75,000 crore rupees as 50-year interest-free loan is proposed this year to support those milestone-linked reforms by the state governments. Societal changes. The government will form a high-powered committee for an extensive consideration of the challenges arising from fast population growth and demographic changes. The committee will be mandated to make recommendations for addressing these challenges comprehensively in relation to the goal of Vikasit Bharat. Amrit Kal as Kartavya Kal. Our government stands committed to strengthening and expanding the economy with high growth and to create conditions for people to realize their aspirations. Honorable Prime Minister, in his Independence Day address to the nation in the 75th year of our Republic, said, and I quote, "We commit ourselves to national development with new inspirations, new consciousness, new resolutions, as the country opens up immense possibilities and opportunities. It is our Kartavya Kal." Unquote. Every challenge of the pre-2014 era was overcome through our economic management and our governance. These have placed the country on a resolute path of sustained high growth. This has been possible through right policies, true intentions, and appropriate decisions. In the full budget in July, Honorable Speaker, our government will present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Vikasit Bharat. Revised its estimates. Revised estimates of 2023-24. The revised estimate of the total receipts other than borrowings is 27.56 lakh crores of rupees, of which the tax receipts are 23.24 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of total expenditure is 44.90 lakh crore rupees. The revenue receipts at 30.03 lakh crore rupees are expected to be higher than the budget estimate, reflecting strong growth momentum and formalization in the economy. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 5.8% of GDP, improving on the budget estimate, notwithstanding moderation in the nominal growth estimates. Budget estimates for 2024-25. Coming to the year 2024-25, the total receipts other than borrowings and total expenditure are estimated at 30.80 and 47.66 lakh crore rupees respectively. The tax receipts are estimated at 26.02 lakh crore rupees. The scheme of 50-year interest-free loan for capital expenditure to states will be continued this year with an outlay of 1.3 lakh crore rupees. We continue on the path of fiscal consolidation, as announced in my budget speech of 2021-22, to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% by 25-26. The fiscal deficit in 2024-25 is estimated to be 5.1% of GDP, adhering to that path. So the gross and net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.13 lakh crore rupees and 11.75 lakh crore respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. Now that the private investments are happening at scale, the lower borrowings by the central government will facilitate larger availability of credit for the private sector. Vote on account. I'll be seeking vote on account approval of the Parliament through the appropriation bill for a part of the financial year 2024-25. I will now move to part B. Honorable Speaker, sir, over the last 10 years, the direct tax collections have more than trebled and the return filers swelled 2.4 times. I would like to assure the taxpayers that their contributions have been used wisely for the development of the country and welfare of its people. I appreciate the taxpayers for their continued support. The government has reduced and rationalized tax rates. Under the new tax scheme, there is now no tax liability for taxpayers with income up to 7 lakh rupees, up from 2.2 lakh rupees in the financial year 2013-14. The threshold for presumptive taxation for retail businesses was increased from 2 crores to 3 crores. Similarly, the threshold for professionals eligible for presumptive taxation was increased from 50 lakh rupees to 75 lakh rupees. Also, corporate tax rate was decreased from 30% to 22% for existing domestic companies and to 15% for certain new manufacturing companies. Honorable Speaker, sir, in the last 5 years, our focus has been to improve taxpayer services. The age-old jurisdiction-based assessment system was transformed with the introduction of faceless assessment and appeal, thereby imparting greater efficiency, transparency, and accountability. Introduction of updated income tax returns, a new Form 26AS, and pre-filling of tax returns have made filing of tax returns simpler and easier. Average processing time of returns has been reduced from 93 days in the year 2013-14 to a mere 10 days this year, thereby making refunds faster. Indirect taxation. By unifying the highly fragmented indirect tax regime in India, the GST has reduced the compliance burden on trade and industry. The industry has acknowledged the benefits of GST. According to a recent survey conducted by a leading consulting firm, 94% of industry leaders view the transition to GST as largely positive. According to 80% of the respondents, it has led to supply chain optimization, as elimination of tax arbitrage and octroi has resulted in disbanding of checkposts at the state and city boundaries. At the same time, tax base of GST more than doubled, and the average monthly gross GST collection has almost doubled to 1.66 lakh crores this year. States too have benefited. States' SGST revenue, including compensation released to states in the post-GST period of 2017-18 to 2022-23, has achieved a buoyancy of 1.22. In contrast, the tax buoyancy of state revenues from subsumed taxes in the pre-GST 4-year period of 2012-13 to 2015-16 was a mere 0.72. The biggest beneficiaries are consumers, as reduction in logistic cost and taxes have brought down prices of most goods and services. We have taken a number of steps in customs to facilitate international trade. As a result, the import release time declined by 47% to 71 hours, at inland container depots, by 28% to 44 hours at air cargo complexes, and by 27% to 85 hours at seaports over the last 4 years since 2019, when the national time release studies were first started. Tax proposals. As for tax proposals, in keeping with the convention, I do not propose to make any changes relating to taxation and propose to retain the same tax rates for direct and indirect taxes, including import duties. However, certain tax benefits to startups and investments made by sovereign wealth or pension funds, as also tax exemption on certain income of some IFSC units, are expiring on 31/3/2024. To provide continuity in taxation, I propose to extend the date to 31/3/2025. Moreover, in line with our government's vision to improve ease of living and ease of doing business, I wish to make an announcement to improve taxpayers' services. There are a large number of petty, non-verified, non-reconciled, or disputed direct tax demands, many of them dating as far back as 1962, which continue to remain on the books, causing anxiety to honest taxpayers and hindering refunds of subsequent years. Honorable Speaker, sir, I propose to withdraw such outstanding direct tax demands up to 25,000 rupees pertaining to the period up to financial year 2009-10 and up to 10,000 rupees for financial years 2010-11 to 2014-15. This is expected to benefit about 1 crore taxpayers. 1 crore taxpayers would benefit out of this. Economy then and now. In 2014, when our government assumed the reins, the responsibility to mend the economy step by step and to put the governance systems in order was enormous. The need of the hour was to give hope to the people, to attract investments, and to build support for the much needed reforms. The government did that successfully, following a strong belief of nation first. The crisis of those years has been overcome, and the economy has been put firmly on a high, sustainable growth path with all-round development. It is now appropriate to look at where we were then. I repeat, it is now appropriate to look at where we were then till 2014 and where we are now, only for the purpose of drawing lessons from the mismanagement of those years. The government will lay a white paper on table of the House. The exemplary track record of governance, development, and performance, effective delivery, and Jan Kalyan has given the government trust, confidence, and blessings of the people to realize whatever it takes, the goal of Vikasit Bharat, with good intentions, true dedication, and hard work in the coming years and decades. With this, Honorable Speaker, I commend the interim budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Item number 2, Srimati Nirmala Sitharam ji.
So, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements. under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003, medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement, and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 3, Srimati Nirmala Sitharam ji.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। माननीय मंत्री जी विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
So I introduce the bill.
सभा की कार्रवाई शुक्रवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
That was Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharam speaking in the House, presenting the interim budget for 2024, an election year, a very important year for the Modi government. And one thing resonated throughout her speech, and that was that this government is very confident of staging a comeback come 2024. The focus of the budget speech was poor, youth, Nari Shakti, of course, and there was even a message to Maldives thrown in regarding, she talked about the development of Lakshadweep as a tourist destination. Of course, the big thing coming out of there is that no change in taxation, whether direct or indirect. That is one thing that people had been expecting. And of course, this seemed like a report card. She said that there will be a white paper put in the House soon for the performance of the economy from 2014 and of course till now. The big thing coming out of it is, of course, that this government very confident of a return in June. No tax benefit. There are, of course, tax benefits and extensions being given, those benefits which was for startups and small and medium enterprises, which were expiring. They have been extended, but no big tax benefit for the taxpayer, which was expected in an election budget. Rooftop solar power generation. That was one other big thing that Nirmala Sitharaman announced in the interim budget 2024. She is she of course took on from what the Prime Minister said at the Ram Mandir consecration, where he said that there will be solar power, solar heating installed in some 1 crore houses, and of course she's taking that thought forward. Rooftop solar power generation was one key thrust, and of course, as expected, increase in capital investment outlay in as far as she said that there's a 11% increase this year. Of course, we were hoping for a larger increase. Let's listen into some of the key things that the Prime Minister said. If we've got some of our bites ready, can we play them now? Let's just listen in once again to what the Prime Minister said. Sorry, what the Finance Minister said. All right, there we have it. The Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharam speaking at the Parliament, putting forward the interim budget 2020 fiscal deficit. A whole lot of announcements announced. Revised estimates were being. She presented the revised estimates. Fiscal deficit comes in at 5.8%, a tad lower than the target of 5.9%. Fiscal deficit target for FY25, the next financial year, has been set at 5.1%. in, of course,
electricity
the
for all,
cap
cooking gas, record time. Seven IIMs, 15 AIMS, and 390 universities have been set up. PM Mudra Yojana has sanctioned 43 crore loans, aggregating to 22.5 lakh crores of rupees for entrepreneurial aspirations of our youth. Besides that, Fund of Funds, Startup India, and Startup Credit Guarantee schemes are assisting our youth. They are also becoming Rozgar Data. The country is proud of our youth scaling new heights in sports. The highest ever medal tally in Asian Games and Asian Para Games in 2023 reflects a high confidence level. Chess.
Okay, that's Nirmala Sitharam. We were just listening to some of the key things she said. Now, of course, we are going to be joined in by a few people, and I'm going to start with Sharmishta Ghosh, Managing Director and Chief Economist in Tandem Global. Sharmishta, thank you for joining us. You heard the speech, you heard the Finance Minister. That was the Interim Budget 2024. Your views on what are the big takeaways that you have from this budget? The populism that we expected, not really coming the taxpayers or the middle classes way, going to the poorest of the poor, in fact, instead, poor, the women and the farmers. Sharmishta, you'll have to unmute yourself. Sharmishta, unmute yourself.
I have. I'm saying a
Yes.
very good morning. Thank you so much for having me. See, why I'm smiling, why I have this smile is because I predicted this just a couple of hours back that nothing, no big SOP is gonna come. Just because it's an interim budget and we are heading to an election, the expectation of a SOP-led budget will not happen. There'll be no changes in income tax. Was my thinking. There'll be no great SOP given to woo the voters at all. I said this on media that this is not going to happen because this has been one of the key what should I say, characteristics of this government. It has generally never shied away taking big decision on the premise of an election coming. It has not done too much of course correction only because an election is coming, and they are very comfortably placed. I believe that something very dramatic is not going to happen in the interim budget from the point of view of election, and that is exactly how it has been. However, my overall thought or overall view over this interim budget is that it's like, okay, we'll have another budget coming up. So I think it's showing a confidence of the present government a bit that we will do the major changes and the major announcements once we are back in the game. So that's what I have a feeling of, because what they have touched on, this was more like what Sitharaman ji was doing was more like apprising the electorate through the budget session of what the good work has happened over the last 1 year, and also more or less during the tenure of the Modi government. So it more or less felt like that, because she's touched upon a lot of schemes that have been implemented, the impact of those schemes on ground. She has touched on the four she's spoken about Amrit Kal. She's coined a new term called Amrit Pidi, which signifies the youth. So I think it was more of a vision statement than strictly speaking a budget speech. That's the sense I got, and I am seeing that other experts are also joining in. So I think it'll be an interesting discussion going ahead.
Yes, you're right, but no one expected any big policy announcements or any breakthrough. But the last interim budget 2019 interim budget, which was presented by Piyush Goyal, he had announced the Kisan Yojana, which went on to become one of the flagship programs of this government going forward. But nevertheless, we said that it will provide an opportunity for the government to underscore their achievements of the last 10 years because they are going to the electorate again in the next 2 months, actually less than 2 months, and that is where the emphasis on all the achievements. In fact, Nirmala Sitharam said that there will be a white paper on the government's the economy's performance in the last 10 years since 2014. What was the situation then and what's the situation now? Let me bring in Hardik Gandhi. He's a partner at Deloitte, an indirect tax, so no changes in taxations. Mr. Gandhi, we were all hopeful that something would come the way of us middle classes and we'll be able to save a penny.
Yeah, I think since this is an interim budget, expectation in terms of the tax changes were not there. Typically, interim budget, you don't see any significant changes in terms of tax rates, and therefore, the Honorable Finance Minister simply said that for direct tax and indirect tax, there are going to be no rate changes. Hopefully, we should see some changes in the general budget, which is presented after the elections. But overall, the way I look at it is the budget is more of a reflection of what the government has achieved in the last 10 years, both from a direct tax and indirect tax standpoint. And if you see from direct tax, the government said that the collections have more than trebled, which is a significant achievement. Tax rates have been rationalized, and the tax process and administration itself has been simplified with faceless assessments. I think the focus will be more on the taxpayer services going forward using technology and automation. From an indirect tax, I think the major reform which got introduced is the goods and service tax, which is GST, and which has been a game changer and a tangible reform which the government introduced. GST being one nation, one tax, and created one market, creating free flow of goods, no border issues, no check post, no octroi issues. Overall, the tax base has increased, and even the survey which was conducted by Deloitte has been quoted, whereby 95% of the industry said that GST has given a thumbs up to GST, and around 80% have said that it has brought in a positive impact on the supply chain. Of course, there are still a lot of things to be done, but yes, it has created a lot of seamlessness and automation and digitization for the economy. Moreover, if you see, the whole economy has brought in the form of e-invoicing through by way of formalization of the economy. Gone are those days where you can actually cut an invoice without selling any goods or services, while there are some factions or bad actors, but still a lot of things have been formalized. So overall, I think it is quite positive, the way the government has acted. Moreover, if you see the economic review, which was released yesterday by the Department of Economic Affairs, one other point which was raised was on hyper-globalization, which has brought in a slowdown, where there is a concept of reshoring, friendshoring. A lot of schemes such as PLI and even simplification of the global trade processes have also brought in a lot of manufacturing in India. So I would say overall, 10 years, if you reflect, a lot of good and tangible things have been done from an indirect tax standpoint for both GST and for customers.
Okay, let me bring in Nilanjan Banik, and I'm going to speak about the PLI scheme some more, Mr. Gandhi. So just hang in there. But I just want to take the first responses from Nilanjan Banik. He's a senior economist and a professor at Mahindra University. Mr. Banik, your thoughts on the budget, which many were thinking would be a populist one. It was an interim budget. Nevertheless, people thought there will be some softs, some handouts, something, but this government seems very confident of winning 2024 elections and doesn't see the need for softs, I see.
Exactly, that's the point, because if you are a finance minister who believe in the fact that your government is come back to power, you should be very cognizant of the fact that your fiscal deficit has to be under control. Because if your fiscal deficit is beyond, let's say, 16,000 lakh crore rupees that was talked about, what is going to happen is that is going to directly impact your bond market, which indirectly also going to affect inflation and hurt the common man. Because as we speak, there is, if you look at the headline inflation numbers, it is around 7%. But if you talk about the food and price inflation, it is closing to almost 9.5%. One of the reasons for that to happen is this year, Agricultural output was quite volatile thanks to the El Nino effect, thanks to the erratic climate conditions that we are seeing. And therefore, one thing which I liked about in this budget is when FM was talking about giving increased allocation for building more cold storage and food processing unit, which hopefully will also enable to smoothen the consumption for the small and marginal farmers. The other point which I liked is PM and FM's emphasis on renewable energy, because what is happening at this point of time, most of the crops that the farmers are growing are actually water guzzling type of crop, be it wheat, rice, sugarcane. So time has come, keeping into account the change in climate conditions that we are facing, to give incentive to grow climate resistant crop, for instance, jowar, millet, bajra type of crop. And so that is another thing, the renewable part, which I liked very much, which has been talked about in the budget. In addition to that, of course, you have heard that FM was talking about how to increase the women labor force participation, or for that matter, ensuring that the welfare need for the women are taken into account. And this is very important because India is one of the few developing countries where you find a very low women labor force participation. And precisely because of this, you see that India also ranked lowly in the Human Development Index. So for some reason, be it the patriarchal nature of our society, or maybe that some of our economy structure is doing well, maybe the women are not finding need to go out in the labor market. For something or other, the labor force participation among the women are not growing that fast as it need to be.
That's a post-pandemic development, isn't it?
Yes, yes, yes. So in that way, all the scheme that were talked about, this PM's Poshan, or for that matter, Anganwadi worker, I found these are very welcome move.
All right, let me bring in. I think we are joined by NSN Murthy, his partner and lead government and public services at Deloitte. And the question is related to what Nilanjan said, what Mr. Banik said, Mr. Murthy, and that is largely to do with the rural economy, because there is a huge concern about rural consumption, not just rural consumption, actually consumption as a whole. But when you say that, large parts of it is because of the K-shaped recovery and low consumption, and therefore it's a skewed growth that we are seeing. So can you sort of talk to us about any specific measures you saw or you would like to talk about, which the FM introduced to boost rural economies?
Yeah, thanks, Aditi. So let me actually take it a little bit different. Okay, so the consumption is as an outcome of the well-being of the society, right? So if the person is actually receiving all the benefits and the services, including healthcare, then actually it overall improves the ability to actually do a lot better work. So one of the most important ones I see, and I love this entire thing, which is the ABDM getting extended beyond the doctors and the nurses to Anganwadi workers, ASHA workers, the healthcare practitioners or others. Because in COVID, we all knew that one of the biggest issues we're facing is who's the right person for us to actually deliver services on the ground. Okay, and it's more so over in the rural sector. They were not aware who's the right person for them to delivering those services. And there are many such healthcare services being done by the health ministry, whether it is a TB, whether it is any other large disease management services on the grassroots level. These are the people who are required. Now, when you actually get them into a social registry or get them into a verifiable registry, they are much more well equipped and they can be trusted in the society, and thereby their ability to do things become faster. And there are twin effects here. One, you have a massive database of verified healthcare practitioners on the ground, and thereby you can create and run a totally different scale and size of healthcare programs going forward. The second is, since the person is verified and the person is trustworthy, the ability to take those services, for example, a portion service by a pregnant woman, or so and so forth, will be much more agreed or acceptable by them, and thereby making a society, or I'm just looking at the social impact of that, and thereby benefit for the rural. The social impact is huge. That's part one. The part two is, I think, where you'll see a lot of medical infrastructure. We always talk about new hospitals, new colleges, medical colleges. I think, but the other thing but we still have the current medical infrastructure today itself is not 100% utilized. So the idea is to reuse the current infrastructure to make new medical colleges and infrastructures. And I'm just looking at this entire budget from a healthcare and the social aspect. It has actually created a lot of avenues and at all levels for the business as well as for the rural and citizens in particular. For them, this budget seems to be a very good in terms of the healthcare options and creating impact on the ground.
All right, let me come to Mr. Arun Singh, Dr. Arun Singh. Dr. Arun Singh, my question to you is related to what he said and related to what I asked really, which is about the rural infrastructure and the concerns about the K-shaped recovery, which some economists are saying, and they're seeing a K-shaped recovery, which is an uneven recovery, which means that spending, while capital expenditure is coming in big and strong from the government side, from the private sector it's grossly missing. Anything that can be done on that front? Because again, capital outlay expenditure has been increased by another 11%, which is great. The government is doing all it can to boost the economy, to boost investments into the economy, infrastructure, and thereby in return putting more money in the hands of the people and therefore boosting spending. But what about the private sector?
See, Anderson, I think that's a great question. I think that's been struggling for quite some time. Look at the government vision. We basically want to be a developed nation by 2047. And that means 31 trillion economy. And which means looking at our whole population base, we need to generate 231 million employment. 231 million employment, if you talk about, that needs 12 to 18 trillion of dollar foreign investment. We are talking about FDI. We are talking about the doubling of FDI this period, last 10 years, as compared to. But to develop it, we see what's happening. Look at the MSME space. The formulation of MSME, that's basically creating employment. That employment is not just related to the urbanization. That employment is also going to the rural areas. And there's infrastructure push happening. Look at the 11.1% of the basically growth we have seen this year, infrastructure push. These are the stuff it basically going to go into the masses, going to the rural areas, going to basic connectivity along the rural segment, to the building those gap between rural and the urban divide, what we have seen. There are governance initiatives being taken to improve. I know we heard some of the speakers talking about women labor force participation. That's a very bad, that we know, that agree. I think government is trying to encourage the things that not just the overall labor force participation rate, especially the women labor force participation rate should go up, which means we need to generate the employment. Is this labor are willingly not willing to part of the labor force, or they don't have enough job? That's the basically one question we need to ask. I think government is doing its bit. And good thing is that this time, and it's a surprise, we did not see any freebies, which is great, which means they are basically trying to put money, which is the multiplier impact is very high. Infrastructure, digital infrastructure talking about, MSME space talking about, and then connectivity they're talking about. These are all area where basically certainly bring in some parity in terms of equality in the growth. We're talking about some push being given to the bringing those underprivileged rural people into the semi-rural and from semi-rural to the other sector. That's things are doing. The PLI scheme you talk about, that's another manufacturing push government is trying to do. I know we missed the bus. It should have been done 20 years back, but at least it's a great thing that's happening. multiple things I would say has been taken to ensure that the rural people are being taken care of.
Okay, let me ask you what, according to you, was the big takeaway from the budget then? Because, and I'm speaking politically speaking, completely politically speaking, because politically it seems that the government is very confident that they are doing well, the economy is doing well, and there is no cause for worry. We are going to, the GDP is going to grow at 7% plus for the next couple of years, for the next 3 years, and this government is very confident of making a comeback. That's for sure, and very reflected in Nirmala Sitharaman's interim budget speech.
They are playing on their positives, and which is basically infrastructure push. That's we have seen in last 5, 10 years, and that's exactly the things that are basically going to continue. And as an economist, we all know that the multiplier impact of the infrastructure investment is highest amongst all the sectors, which means they know this will continue and this will certainly create all the jobs what we need, all the income push what we need, and all the GDP push what we need. That's the one thing I think they've played really well. And they're playing well actually.
They're playing well. What do you think? Let me just come to you because before, you said, Abhijit, that we might see a good push on the taxation front, and our pockets might feel better. But clearly, the finance minister didn't seem to think so.
That's for me, right?
Yes.
I think the most interesting budget which I have seen is, where they've said that no changes with respect to the direct tax and the indirect tax. And there was one notification with respect to mobile phones which came yesterday, and generally before the budget there are generally no notifications. But it was difficult to predict that there will be no changes which has happened on the tax side. But I would look at the positive side, which is one of the very important tax announcement which has happened, is with respect to the small amounts which are being litigated on the direct tax side, some 25,000 rupees and 10,000 rupees up to certain financial years, 2009, 10 and 10, 11. Now, while that amount may be very, very insignificant, it will give a benefit to about 1 lakh crore of assessees. Now, what will happen is when these demands are pending in the system and you are eligible for some refund claims of the subsequent period, till those demands are settled in a lot of cases, the refunds do not come. Accordingly, I think that while in terms of numbers, that may be a smaller number, but in terms of the benefit, in terms of the reduction of unnecessarily frivolous litigation, I think it's a good announcement. Interestingly, she spoke about Viksit Bharat, and we spoke on your show earlier in the morning about what benefits in terms of PLI scheme could come to certain sectors, solar sector and sectors related to environment. We spoke about artificial intelligence in the morning, and then which is nothing but opportunities for all. And we talked about the modern infrastructure and the capex increase which she wanted to give, which we thought would always be there on the cards. So I think when she spoke about Viksit Bharat, all these three themes of nature, modern infrastructure, and opportunities for all is in a way an indirect way of saying that these are the sectors to look upon. These are the areas on which the focus of the government will remain. And of course, the government today is very, very confident of coming up back after a couple of months for full 5 years. So the roadmap is very clear. The roadmap is also very clear in terms of solidarity, which this government has shown and wants to make India a global hub for various things.
Okay, and a global hub for various things, that's a good thing. But the PLI scheme, did you see it? Did we perhaps want to see it expanded into other sectors? Sharmishta, I'd like to speak to you on that. The PLI scheme in specific, because it has reaped very rich rewards for the exchequer, for the country so far.
See, so I will first answer what you are asking, and then I'll comment on few things that my co-panelists have said. So yes, of course, if we are seeing results. It's a focused. PLI schemes are focused. They are giving results. It should be implemented and should be taken in totality. How instead of just fragmenting it, we should just take it ahead as a comprehensive part of the economic development. It should be there. One thing, because you spoke a bit about the participation of the private sector. Okay, so as somebody who deals in a lot of PPP formation as my organization, so we help creating those great partnerships between the government and the private sector in terms of technology, tech transfer, job creation, etc., etc. So there is one small thing that was told today, which a 1 lakh crore corpus will be made available with a 50-year interest free. That's a long-term financing, refinancing, to encourage the private sector to scale up R&D. So I think this is a cue that was taken up from our vaccination, very, very successful vaccination program. See, we have to give it a minute and think, why are the Western economies, why were they ahead of us all these years? Is because they put money, resource, and thinking in the research part of it. Like, what can happen in the next few years? What are the symptoms that the economy is showing? What will probably be the needs of the future? AI ke bare mein we have been talking continuously. So 4-5 years back, AI was still a concept. Today, it's a part of life. So what I'm trying to say, if the and governments do spend on R&D, that is something I'm saying out of my experience. But if the same kind of facility can be given to the private sector, even the smaller players, startups for an example, we know of so many startups which are like research based, startups which want to develop new technologies. So just not always taking from a cue of their scalability, how quickly it will bear fruits, but R&D in itself, if that is encouraged in the scheme of things at the central level, I'll see more. I believe there'll be more and more participation, and the the private sector will be more aggressive, because it will feel like being handheld. Because see, there are two things. One is the business as usual, the things that you are doing that can accommodate only that much. How much more employment can be generated? How much more contribution can happen? When you talk about a K-shaped recovery, until unless there is
Right.
innovation there, until unless we are doing new things, we cannot expect new results to come. And to develop that, we need money, we need resources. If the government is considering that, if it is actually putting a budget separately only focused towards R&D, I think it's a great and wonderful first move. So that will give a lot of encouragement to the private sector also to come up and become nation builders. Who wouldn't want to do that?
And also build the scientific temper within the
Correct.
country,
Correct.
which we are so bullish about.
Yes.
So bullish about. And I see Hardik Gandhi shaking his head very prolifically. So please, you want to come in there, Hardik?
Yes. Yes.
No, I completely agree. I think so. PLI, which was introduced for 14 champion sectors, of course, there is a scope for including more sectors. But if you see the economic review, which was released yesterday, with this hyper globalization, which I mentioned earlier, of course, PLI is helping local manufacturing in India. But whether it's whether how in what way it will eventually roll out, we'll have to see. But overall, PLI has seemed to be quite successful so far. I think yes, few more sectors
Yeah, well,
should
we
be.
were expecting it to be expanded to more. We were expecting it to be expanded to more sectors. In fact,
Yeah.
because it had been.
So I think see, this is an interim budget, and being an vote on account,
Yeah.
generally major policy decisions are not taken in the interim budget. So hopefully, in the next full-fledged budget, which we see in July, we should see some more sectors being added in PLI scheme. And of course, we don't really need to wait for budget. PLI has never been part of the budget. PLI scheme has been introduced all throughout the years now, and over a period of time, not necessarily only during the budget. So even after budget, we should see some PLI scheme being extended to other sectors.
What about the state of the economy at present? Let me take one round from everyone on the present. As I said, the government seems to be very confident that the state of the economy is great. The opposition, obviously, and that's the politics of it. So I don't want to comment on the politics of it. The opposition is barking up the other tree. But what, in your view, is the economy looking like, especially because, as Nirmala Sitharam pointed out very pointedly in her speech, the global headwinds, the conflicts in several parts of the country, the going-ons in the Red Sea, and also the optimism she showed with the Middle East corridor. How do you see it all coming together over the next couple of years if this government comes back to power? And let me start with you, Hardik Gandhi.
So I think what government did is today, and if you see the budget speech, it laid down plans or a direction for the next 5 years of unprecedented development. The other important point, if you see the review which was released yesterday, the projected growth rate is about 7%. Okay, and it is going to be more than that. That is the projection for FY24 and FY25. Having said that, this is despite the economic headwinds which are there, be it Russia-Ukraine war, the Red Sea crisis, and even the new Israel and Pakistan crisis, or whatever crisis we may have, the geopolitical crisis. So despite the geopolitical crisis, I think, and the economic slowdown which we are witnessing across other geographies, I think as a country we are quite resilient and fairly on the growth trajectory. This is what I believe, and this is also resonated by the way we could demonstrate even post pandemic after COVID, the way we bounced back and the way the vaccination program was conducted and the way economy bounced back. I think overall it was handled quite well by the government. So the way I look at it is we have a strong 10 years ahead. And if the continuity in the government and the policy is there, I think that should not, I think it should just thrive rather than sustain now.
All right. Let me just move across to Nilanjan Manik. Nilanjan, your sense on how the global headwinds, especially the supply chain disruptions due to what's going on at the Red Sea, what are they foretelling for the state of the Indian economy in the coming years?
So, Aditi, let me start with some numbers because if you see in terms of growth rate of our GDP, we are the only country across the world in terms of a large developing economy, which has grown in excess of 7% for the last 3 consecutive years. If you're talking about in terms of tax rate collection, be it corporate tax or indirect income tax, or for that matter, GST, we have had a record amount of tax collection, which also kind of tell you is our business activities are booming. Otherwise, you should not be getting this much amount of tax. Of course, compliance is an issue, but government also have made it easier for people to comply paying taxes. The other thing which I also want to flag is 2/3 of our domestic economic activities are actually driven by things like tourism, education, healthcare, which has nothing to do with the headwinds you are talking about, be it war in Russia or Ukraine, or for that matter, the war that we are seeing in the Middle East at this point of time. Because 2/3 of the economy is driven by domestic economic activities, in a way we are resilient. And another thing I should also mention is if you look at the periodic labor force survey data, although people are commenting that maybe there are not enough of jobs which are getting created, but periodic labor force survey data state otherwise, because over the last 3 years, we have seen increase in the number of work age population. So people who are coming to the labor market, they are getting jobs. Of course, one can argue and debate the quality of jobs that we are getting. Because one of the problem with India at this point of time is our productivity is quite low. So if you are talking about or try to measure India's productivity vis-a-vis US, our labor productivity is only 15% of the US overall labor productivity, which also precisely explain why our per capita income is so low, because labor productivity and your per capita income, they goes hand in hand. So one of the thing which I like is government or FM when she says that an incentive should be given to all the R&D. Because now other thing you should also notice, if I'm talking about the defense sector, India is spending only 0.7% of our GDP towards R&D in the defense sector. But that can be a big model for our export, because if we start exporting, let's say, fighter jets, if we start exporting missiles, and we have seen that because we have opened up the space economy, how much foreign money is coming, So this kind of thing, I think, is a way forward for the government, and government is doing the right thing.
But as far as, while on this hand, the government is doing the right thing, there's also the question of disinvestment. We've been consistently not being able to meet the targets of disinvestment. Maybe this is not the appropriate time to talk about it, but that is one of the key concerns. That is an area that they can definitely do better on,
Yes.
which will not just help them with the fiscal deficit, but also put more money in their hands to continue with their infrastructural push with the capital expenditure.
Yeah, Aditi, the other thing you should also note that we are going to list our Government of India's bond into Morgan Stanley's emerging market index this year, and the government is very much conscious that we do not overshoot our fiscal deficit, because if you overshoot your fiscal deficit, then what is going to happen is there will be not too many takers for the Indian government bonds. So my sense is, given the fiscal prudence of what FM has shown today, not spending more will also get money from, let's say, in the tune of 23 billion US dollar from outside India, and we have also seen, because of China plus one factor, we are seeing foreign investment coming, be it Foxconn, be it in the process of manufacturing chip, Micron. So all these industries, foreign corporates, foreign multinationals, they are coming and investing in India, which is a good thing. So one thing the government should do is how to ensure they are doing a fantastic job in terms of building more roads, ports, and airports. But additionally, how to reduce the red tape. Although we have improved quite a bit in ease of doing business report, but that should be taken forward at the state level. So the direction should come from the central government and try to tell the state government that you have to give incentive in terms of plug and play infrastructure if any foreign companies want to come and set up their factories there. So that is going to lead to a more regional growth that we are seeing at this point of time.
Let me bring in Sharmishta at this point, if she's still with us. Sharmishta, the question that what I want to come to you with is that we've been saying that not many SOPs have been given out, no populist measures, but the government has been appealing to the voters at the places that it wants to, which is the poorest of the poor, the women, the youth, the farmers, and that I think there's also this little scheme, housing for middle class. That's something that completely missed our eye, at least my eye. There's been a launch of a scheme to assist deserving sections of the middle class who are living in rented houses, chawls, slums, in order to get their own houses. This is part of the PM Awas Yojana.
See, what I believe is, what is the difference between a government which is confident and a government who thinks they have to make up for stuff? There will be SOPs for every section throughout the year. It will keep on happening. Only when the government is little underconfident about an election win, they make the budgets look more attractive. See, whatever is present in the budget once will have to be implemented throughout the year. So only the Jadoo ki Chhadi doesn't comes out during the budget or during a budget speech. So there has been constant impetus on youth, on women, on poorest of the poor, on the tribes, on green energy. That is one thing I'm very vocal about. So sustainability and impact are the buzzwords globally right now. So what we are, and I'm very happy about that. Last 4-5 years, we are speaking the same tune. We are adopting those measures. We are talking about better corporate governance and a lot of other things. So a government which is confident in its longevity will not make it an issue and then do development. A development will slowly become a continuous process. See how we are improving in terms of technology, for an example. So it's not coming to us in packets, it is coming to us in continuation, and it is happening irrespective of how the government is positioning itself for an election. I think it's a good news for a democracy as a whole, irrespective of our political inclinations. Also, since the beginning I was trying to take a minute and compliment everybody on the beautiful new parliament building that we are seeing today. It's the first budget being presented in this beautiful
In the new
building,
parliament, yes.
in the new parliament. So while it was under construction, we all have our own kinds of notions, sahi hai, galat hai, why we are doing this, what is the utility. But today when you see it, you have that sense of innate pride and happiness, So I believe development is like that. It should keep on happening. And that is one of the, irrespective of political ideology or politics as a whole, this is one of the hallmarks of a government which is confident in what it is doing. So there are two things: what it is actually doing and how it is perceived of what it is doing. So at least the perception part is as important as the actual work, because that rakes up the investor sentiment. So investors are, from my perspective, they're very fierce people. So they will take risks, they will want to do new things. They have to get the conducive environment and the will to encourage and accommodate them. If a government is sending those signals, we are definitely on the right track. So that's what my reading is. Sitting after a debate or after a budget session, we should not make comments on how the government is doing overall. It's too little. The country is very big. But
Yeah.
what is the way forward? What is the vision that is getting shown? I believe, at least from the development point of view, this is the right thing. Do not cave into
Okay.
pressures. Do the development work throughout. It's not.
NSN Murthy, let me come to you. No, from the development point of view, the government is setting the right vision. That's what Sharmishra is saying. What's your take?
No, I think I'll go with what Shamishra said, Aditya. 2 points here very clearly. No one was expecting a large set of program announcements today, but we were all looking forward towards few of the small things which will make a lot of changes at the grassroots level. I keep on saying that because the basic purpose going forward is to look at how the marginalized, which is at the rural level, which is at the women and the children, they get impacted with the budget. So there's something for everyone there, and I think the focus has been on women. But let the other part of it, the tourism, the which I actually thought there will be something different. But the tourism incentive and how do you actually get benefit out of the tourism industry and in specifically they spoke about spiritual tourism also. I see that's going to give a flip to a lot of informal economy. A tourism side or any of the heritage side is not just a formal economy. It's primarily feeds a lot of informal economy, which is surrounding that area. By actually putting money into the tourism and that too into spiritual tourism, and allowing it to develop. And there are programs like Prasad and others. Growing it far further and making it expansive will help a lot of informal sector and thereby again helping the rural and helping the poor. And if you see the most of the informal sectors around the most of the tourist area are managed by the women of that village. Okay, so it also indirectly helps the women. And then the finally is once they have enough of work and business and the informal, you can let the kid not do the work and go to the school. So it's actually an indirect impact, and therefore I love the smaller aspects in the budget when it put into the action, because whatever is said needs to be put into a programmatic action. It will create a lot of domino effect on the improvement of the economies at the ground level.
All right. Thank you so much. And with that, I just want to tell for the viewers who missed it, who could not watch the interim budget speech, we're just going to play it out again for you. So do tune in, watch again the big takeaways. We've already told you that no big populist measures, at least not on the face of it. The final budget papers are still actually, they are coming in. We're going to read through it and come back to you with more details. But the first class assessment is not as populist, not an election budget, not reaching out, no changes in taxation, direct or indirect, and definitely talking about upliftment of the poor. So there was solar energy and of course the climate. So there was a solar energy push and a whole lot of other things. But let's come back and let's play out that speech for you again for those who missed it.
Honorable Speaker, I present the interim budget for 24-25. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation in the last 10 years. The people of India are looking ahead to the future with hope and optimism. With the blessings of the people, when our government, under the visionary and dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, assumed office in 2014, the country was facing enormous challenges. With Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas as its mantra, the government overcame those challenges in right earnest. Structural reforms were undertaken. Pro-people programs were formulated and implemented promptly. Conditions were created for more opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. The economy got a new vigor. The fruits of development started reaching the people at scale. The country got a new sense of purpose and hope. Naturally, the people blessed the government with a bigger mandate. In the second term, our government, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, doubled down on its responsibilities to build a prosperous country with comprehensive development of all people and all regions. Our government strengthened its mantra to Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and Sabka Vishwas. Our development philosophy covered all elements of inclusivity, namely social inclusivity through coverage of all strata of the society, and geographical inclusivity through development of all regions of the country. With the whole of nation approach of Sabka Prayas, the country overcame the challenges of once in a century pandemic, took long strides towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, committed to Panch Pran, and laid solid foundations for the Amrit Kal. As a result, our young country has high aspirations, pride in its present, and hope and confidence for a bright future. We expect that our government, based on its stupendous work, will be blessed again by the people with a resounding mandate. Inclusive development and growth. Our humane and inclusive approach to development is a marked and deliberate departure from the earlier approach of provisioning up to village level. Development programs were thus provisioned. In the last 10 years, however, have targeted each and every household and individual through housing for all, Har Ghar Jal, electricity for all, cooking gas for all, bank accounts and financial services for all in record time. The worries about food have been eliminated through free ration for 80 crore people. Minimum support prices for the produce of Annadata are periodically increased appropriately. These and the provision of basic necessities have enhanced real income in the rural areas. Their economic needs could be addressed, thus spurring growth and generating jobs. Social justice. Our government is working with an approach to development that is all-round, all-pervasive, and all-inclusive. Sarvangin, Sarvasparshi, or Sarvasamaveshi. It covers all castes and people at all levels. We are working to make India a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. For achieving that goal, we need to improve people's capability and empower them. Previously, social justice was mostly a political slogan. For our government, social justice is an effective and necessary governance model. The saturation approach of covering all eligible people is the true and comprehensive achievement of social justice. This is secularism in action, reduces corruption, and prevents nepotism, prevents Bhai Bhatijawad. There is transparency and assurance that benefits are delivered to all eligible people. The resources are distributed fairly. All, regardless of their social standing, get access to opportunities. We are addressing systemic inequalities that had plagued our society. We focus on outcomes and not on outlays so that the social economic transformation is achieved. As our Prime Minister firmly believes, we need to focus on 4 major castes. They are Garib, Mahilayeं, Yuva, and Annadata. Their needs, their aspirations, and their welfare are our highest priority. The country progresses when they progress. All 4 require and receive government support in their quest to better their lives. Their empowerment and well-being will drive the country forward. Garib Kalyan, Desh Ka Kalyan. We believe in empowering the poor. The earlier approach of tackling poverty through entitlements had resulted in very modest outcomes. When the poor became empowered partners in the development process, government's power to assist them also increases manifold. With the pursuit of Sabka Saath, in these 10 years, the government has assisted 25 crore people to get freedom from multi-dimensional poverty. Our government's efforts are now getting synergized with energy and passion of such empowered people. This is truly elevating them from poverty. Direct benefit transfer of 34 lakh crore rupees from the government using PM Jan Dhan accounts has led to savings of 2.7 lakh crores of rupees for the government. This savings has been realized through avoidance of leakages prevalent earlier. The savings have helped in providing more funds for Garib Kalyan. PM Swanidhi has provided credit assistance to 78 lakh street vendors. From that total of 78 lakh street vendors, 2.3 lakh have received credit for the 3rd time. PM Janman Yojana reaches out to the particularly vulnerable tribal groups who have remained outside the realm of development so far. PM Vishwakarma Yojana provides end-to-end support to artisans and craftspeople engaged in 18 trades. The schemes for empowerment of Divyangs and transgender persons reflect firm resolve of our government to leave no one behind. Welfare of Annadata. Farmers are our Annadata. Every year under PM Kisan Samman Yojana, direct financial assistance is provided to 11.8 crore farmers, including marginal and small farmers. Crop insurance is given to 4 crore farmers under PM Fasal Bima Yojana. These, besides several other programs, are assisting Annadata in producing food for the country and for the world. Electronic National Agricultural Market has integrated 1,361 mandis and is providing services to 1.8 crore farmers with trading volume of 3 lakh crores of rupees. The sector is poised for inclusive, balanced, higher growth and productivity. These are facilitated from farmer-centric policies, income support, coverage of risks through price and insurance support, promotion of technologies and innovations through startups. Empowering the Amrit PD, the Yuva. Our prosperity depends on adequately equipping and empowering the youth. The National Education Policy 2020 is ushering the transformational reforms. PM Schools for Rising India, PM Shri, are delivering quality teaching and nurturing holistic and well-rounded individuals. The Skill India mission has trained 1.4 crore youth, upskilled and reskilled 54 lakh youth, and established 3,000 new ITIs. A large number of institutions of higher learning, namely 7 IITs, 16 triple ITs, 7 IIMs, 15 AIMS, and 390 universities have been set up. PM Mudra Yojana has sanctioned 43 crore loans aggregating to 22.5 lakh crores of rupees for entrepreneurial aspirations of our youth. Besides that, Fund of Funds, Startup India, and Startup Credit Guarantee schemes are assisting our youth. They are also becoming Rozgar Data. The country is proud of our youth scaling new heights in sports. The highest ever medal tally in Asian Games and Asian Para Games in 2023 reflects a high confidence level. Chess prodigy and our #1 ranked player Pragyananda put up a stiff fight against the reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen in 2023. Today, India has over 80 chess grandmasters compared to little over 20 in 2010. Momentum for Nari Shakti. The empowerment of women through entrepreneurship, ease of living, and dignity for them has gained momentum in these 10 years. 30 crore Mudra Yojana loans have been given to women entrepreneurs. Female enrollment in higher education has gone up by 28% in 10 years. In STEM courses, girls and women constitute 43% of enrollment, one of the highest in the world. All these measures are getting reflected in the increasing participation of women in workforce. Making triple talaq illegal, reservation of 1/3 seats for women in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women as sole or joint owners have enhanced their dignity. Exemplary track record of governance, development, and performance. Besides delivering on high growth in terms of gross domestic product, the government is equally focused on a more comprehensive GDP, that is, governance, development, and performance. Our government has provided transparent, accountable, people-centric, and prompt, trust-based administration with citizen first and minimum government, maximum governance approach. The impact of all-round development is discernible in all sectors. There is macroeconomic stability, including in the external sector. Investments are robust. The economy is doing well. People are living better and earning better with even greater aspirations for future. Average real income of the people has increased by 50%. Inflation is moderate. People are getting empowered, equipped, and enabled to pursue their aspirations. There is effective and timely delivery of programs and of large projects. Economic management. The multi-pronged economic management over the past 10 years has complemented people-centric, inclusive development. Following are some of the major elements. 1. All forms of infrastructure, physical, digital, or social, are being built in record time. Number 2, all parts of the country are becoming active participants in economic growth. Number 3, digital public infrastructure, a new factor of production as if in the 21st century, is instrumental in formalization of the economy. Number 4, goods and services tax has enabled one nation, one market, one tax. Tax reforms have led to deepening and widening of tax base. Number 5, strengthening of the financial sector has helped in making savings, credit, and investments more efficient. Number 6, GIFT, IFSC, and the Unified Regulatory Authority, IFSCA, are creating a robust gateway for global capital and financial services for the economy. Number 7, proactive inflation management has helped keep inflation within the policy band. Now, the global context, Honorable Speaker, sir. Geopolitically, global affairs are becoming more complex and challenging with wars and conflicts. Globalization is being redefined with reshoring and friendshoring, disruption and fragmentation of supply chains, and competition for critical minerals and technologies. A new world order is emerging after the COVID pandemic. India assumed the G20 presidency during very difficult times for the world. The global economy was going through high inflation, high interest rates, low growth, very high public debt, low trade growth, and climate changes. The pandemic has led to a crisis of food, fertilizer, fuel, and finances for the world, while India successfully navigated its way. The country showed the way forward and built consensus on solutions for those global problems. The recently announced India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor is a strategic and economic game changer for India and others. In the words of Honorable Prime Minister, the corridor, and I quote, will become the basis of world trade for hundreds of years to come, and history will remember that this corridor was initiated on Indian soil, unquote. Vision for Vikasit Bharat. Our vision for Vikasit Bharat is that of prosperous Bharat in harmony with nature, with modern infrastructure, and providing opportunities for all citizens and all regions to reach their potential. With confidence arising from strong and exemplary track record of performance and progress, earning Sabka Vishwas, the next 5 years will be years of unprecedented development and golden moments to realize the dream of developed India by 2047. The trinity of demography, democracy, and diversity, backed by Sabka Prayas, has the potential to fulfill aspirations of every Indian. As Honorable Prime Minister in his Independence Day address to the nation mentioned, I quote, "There is no dearth of opportunities, as many opportunities as we want. The country is capable of creating more opportunities. Sky is the limit," unquote. Strategy for Amrit Kal. Our government will adopt economic policies that foster and sustain growth, facilitate inclusive and sustainable development, improve productivity, create opportunities for all, help them enhance their capabilities, and contribute to generation of resources to power investments and fulfill aspirations. Guided by the principle, reform, perform, and transform, the government will take up next generation reforms and build consensus with the states and stakeholders for effective implementation. It is an important policy priority for our government to ensure timely and adequate finances, relevant technologies, and appropriate training for the micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, to grow and also compete globally. Orienting the regulatory environment to facilitate their growth will be an important element of this policy mix. Aligning with the Panchamrit goals, our government will facilitate sustaining high and more resource-efficient economic growth. This will work towards energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. For meeting the investment needs, our government will prepare the financial sector in terms of size, capacity, skills, and regulatory framework. Aspirational Districts Program. Our government stands ready to assist the states in faster development of aspirational districts and blocks, including generation of ample economic opportunities. Development of the East. Our government will pay utmost attention to make the Eastern region and its people a powerful driver of India's growth. PM Awas Yojana Gramin. Despite the challenges due to COVID, implementation of PM Awas Yojana Gramin continued, and we are close to achieving the target of 3 crore houses. 2 crore more houses will be taken up in the next 5 years to meet the requirement arising from increase in the number of families. Rooftop solarization and Muft Bijli. Through rooftop solarization, 1 crore households will be enabled to obtain up to 300 units free electricity every month. This scheme follows the resolve of Honorable Prime Minister on the historic day of consecration of Sri Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Following benefits are expected. Savings up to 15 to 18,000 rupees annually for households from free solar electricity and selling the surplus to the distribution companies. Charging of electric vehicles. Entrepreneurship opportunities for a large number of vendors for supply and installation. Employment opportunities for the youth with technical skills in manufacturing, installation, and maintenance. Housing for middle class. Our government will launch a scheme to help deserving sections of the middle class, and I quote from Honorable Prime Minister's words, living in rented houses or slums or chawls and unauthorized colonies, unquote, to buy and build to buy or build their own houses. Medical colleges. Several youth are ambitious to get qualified as doctors. They aim to serve our people through improved healthcare services. Our government plans to set up more medical colleges by utilizing the existing hospital infrastructure under various departments. A committee for this purpose will be set up to examine the issues and make relevant recommendations. Cervical cancer vaccination. Our government will encourage vaccination for girls in the age group of 9 to 14 years for prevention of cervical cancer. Maternal and child health care. Various schemes for maternal and child care will be brought under one comprehensive program for synergy in implementation. Upgradation of Anganwadi centers under Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 will be expedited for improved nutrition delivery, early childhood care, and development. The newly designed U-Win platform for managing immunization and intensified efforts of Mission Indradhanush will be rolled out expeditiously throughout the country. Ayushman Bharat. Healthcare cover under Ayushman Bharat scheme will be extended to all ASHA workers, to all Anganwadi workers and helpers. Agriculture and food processing. The efforts of value addition in agriculture sector and boosting farmers' incomes will be stepped up. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana has benefited 38 lakh farmers and generated 10 lakh employment. Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises Yojana has assisted 2.4 lakh SHGs and 60,000 individuals with credit linkages. Other schemes are complementing the efforts for reducing post-harvest losses and improving productivity and incomes. For ensuring faster growth of the sector, our government will further promote private and public investment in post-harvest activities, including aggregation, modern storage, efficient supply chains, primary and secondary processing and marketing and branding. Nano DAP. After the successful adoption of nano urea, application of nano DAP on various crops will be expanded in all agroclimatic zones. Atmanirbhar Oil Seeds Abhiyan. Building on the initiative announced in 2022, a strategy will be formulated to achieve Atmanirbharta for oil seeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soya bean, and sunflower. This will cover research for high-yielding varieties, widespread adoption of modern farming techniques, market linkages, procurement, value addition, and crop insurance. Dairy development. A comprehensive program for supporting dairy farmers will be formulated. Efforts are already on to control foot and mouth disease. India is the world's largest milk producer with but with low productivity of milch animals. The program will be built on the success of existing schemes such as Rashtriya Gokul Mission, National Livestock Mission, and infrastructure development funds for dairy processing and animal husbandry. Matsya Sampada. It was a government which set up a separate department for fisheries, realizing this will help in generating employment also. promoting investments. The FDI inflow during 2014 to 23 was 596 billion US dollars, marking a golden era. That is twice the inflow during 2005 to 14. For encouraging sustained foreign investment, we are negotiating bilateral investment treaties with our foreign partners in the spirit of First Develop India. FDI is First Develop India. Reforms in the states for Vikasit Bharat. Many growth and development enabling reforms are needed in the states for realizing the vision of Vikasit Bharat. A provision of 75,000 crore rupees as 50-year interest-free loan is proposed this year to support those milestone-linked reforms by the state governments. Societal changes. The government will form a high-powered committee for an extensive consideration of the challenges arising from fast population growth and demographic changes. The committee will be mandated to make recommendations for addressing these challenges comprehensively in relation to the goal of Vikasit Bharat. Amrit Kal as Kartavya Kal. Our government stands committed to strengthening and expanding the economy with high growth and to create conditions for people to realize their aspirations. Honorable Prime Minister, in his Independence Day address to the nation in the 75th year of our Republic, said, and I quote, "We commit ourselves to national development with new inspirations, new consciousness, new resolutions as the country opens up immense possibilities and opportunities. It is our Kartavya Kal." Unquote. Every challenge of the pre-2014 era was overcome through our economic management and our governance. These have placed the country on a resolute path of sustained high growth. This has been possible through right policies, true intentions, and appropriate decisions. In the full budget in July, Honorable Speaker, our government will present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Vikasit Bharat. Revised its estimates. Revised estimates of 2023-24. The revised estimate of the total receipts other than borrowings is 27.56 lakh crores of rupees, of which the tax receipts are 23.24 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of total expenditure is 44.90 lakh crore rupees. The revenue receipts at 30.3 lakh crore rupees are expected to be higher than the budget estimate, reflecting strong growth momentum and formalization in the economy. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 5.8% of GDP, improving on the budget estimate, notwithstanding moderation in the nominal growth estimates. Budget estimates for 2024-25. Coming to the year 2024-25, the total receipts other than borrowings and total expenditure are estimated at 30.80 and 47.66 lakh crore rupees respectively. The tax receipts are estimated at 26.02 lakh crore rupees. The scheme of 50-year interest-free loan for capital expenditure to states will be continued this year with an outlay of 1.3 lakh crore rupees. We continue on the path of fiscal consolidation, as announced in my budget speech of 2021-22, to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% by 25-26. The fiscal deficit in 2024-25 is estimated to be 5.1% of GDP, adhering to that path. So the gross and net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.13 lakh crore rupees and 11.75 lakh crore respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. Now that the private investments are happening at scale, the lower borrowings by the central government will facilitate larger availability of credit for the private sector. Vote on account. I'll be seeking vote on account approval of the Parliament through the appropriation bill for a part of the financial year 2024-25. I will now move to part B. Honorable Speaker, sir, over the last 10 years, the direct tax collections have more than trebled and the return filers swelled 2.4 times. I would like to assure the taxpayers that their contributions have been used wisely for the development of the country and welfare of its people. I appreciate the taxpayers for their continued support. The government has reduced and rationalized tax rates. Under the new tax scheme, there is now no tax liability for taxpayers with income up to 7 lakh rupees, up from 2.2 lakh rupees in the financial year 2013-14. The threshold for presumptive taxation for retail businesses was increased from 2 crores to 3 crores. Similarly, the threshold for professionals eligible for presumptive taxation was increased from 50 lakh rupees to 75 lakh rupees. Also, corporate tax rate was decreased from 30% to 22% for existing domestic companies and to 15% for certain new manufacturing companies. Honorable Speaker, sir, in the last 5 years, our focus has been to improve taxpayer services. The age-old jurisdiction-based assessment system was transformed with the introduction of faceless assessment and appeal, thereby imparting greater efficiency, transparency, and accountability. Introduction of updated income tax returns, a new Form 26AS, and pre-filling of tax returns have made filing of tax returns simpler and easier. Average processing time of returns has been reduced from 93 days in the year 2013-14 to a mere 10 days this year, thereby making refunds faster. Indirect taxation. By unifying the highly fragmented indirect tax regime in India, the GST has reduced the compliance burden on trade and industry. The industry has acknowledged the benefits of GST. According to a recent survey conducted by a leading consulting firm, 94% of industry leaders view the transition to GST as largely positive. According to 80% of the respondents, it has led to supply chain optimization, as elimination of tax arbitrage and octroi has resulted in disbanding of checkposts at the state and city boundaries. At the same time, tax base of GST more than doubled, and the average monthly gross GST collection has almost doubled to 1.66 lakh crores this year. States too have benefited. States' SGST revenue, including compensation released to states in the post-GST period of 2017-18 to 2022-23, has achieved a buoyancy of 1.22. In contrast, the tax buoyancy of state revenues from subsumed taxes in the pre-GST 4-year period of 2012-13 to 2015-16 was a mere 0.72. The biggest beneficiaries are consumers, as reduction in logistic cost and taxes have brought down prices of most goods and services. We have taken a number of steps in customs to facilitate international trade. As a result, the import release time declined by 47% to 71 hours at inland container depots, by 28% to 44 hours at air cargo complexes, and by 27% to 85 hours at seaports over the last 4 years since 2019, when the national time release studies were first acted. Tax proposals. As for tax proposals, in keeping with the convention, I do not propose to make any changes relating to taxation and propose to retain the same tax rates for direct and indirect taxes, including import duties. However, certain tax benefits to startups and investments made by sovereign wealth or pension funds, as also tax exemption on certain income of some IFSC units, are expiring on 31/3/2024. To provide continuity in taxation, I propose to extend the date to 31/3/2025. Moreover, in line with our government's vision to improve ease of living and ease of doing business, I wish to make an announcement to improve taxpayer services. There are a large number of petty, non-verified, non-reconciled, or disputed direct tax demands, many of them dating as far back as 1962, which continue to remain on the books, causing anxiety to honest taxpayers and hindering refunds of subsequent years. Honorable Speaker, sir, I propose to withdraw such outstanding direct tax demands up to 25,000 rupees pertaining to the period up to financial year 2009-10 and up to 10,000 rupees for financial years 2010-11 to 2014-15. This is expected to benefit about 1 crore taxpayers. 1 crore taxpayers would benefit out of this. Economy then and now. In 2014, when our government assumed the reins, the responsibility to mend the economy step by step and to put the governance systems in order was enormous. The need of the hour was to give hope to the people, to attract investments, and to build support for the much needed reforms. The government did that successfully, following a strong belief of nation first. The crisis of those years has been overcome, and the economy has been put firmly on a high sustainable growth path with all-round development. It is now appropriate to look at where we were then. I repeat, it is now appropriate to look at where we were then till 2014 and where we are now, only for the purpose of drawing lessons from the mismanagement of those years. The government will lay a white paper on table of the House. The exemplary track record of governance, development, and performance, effective delivery, and Jan Kalyan has given the government trust, confidence, and blessings of the people to realize whatever it takes, the goal of Vikasit Bharat, with good intentions, true dedication, and hard work in the coming years and decades. With this, Honorable Speaker, I commend the interim budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
आइटम नंबर 2 श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण जी।
So, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003, medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
आइटम नंबर 3 श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण जी।
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। माननीय मंत्री जी विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
So I introduce the bill.